Like a newborn, something, 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 and go away. Whew. My neck hurt, bro. Ugh. Gotta start sleeping with pillows, guys. Alright, turn Bluetooth off. Turn that off. And we have ourselves a surprise early stream. Now I'm the first one in this bitch. Fuck y'all talking about. Let me stop. Jason, how you doing, bro? This is very convenient. I just responded to you today, Jason. I don't know. Did you get the email, Jason? Because it said it didn't go through before. Let me double check because I resent it twice. Hopefully it went through this time though. I think it did. Okay, it looks like it did. This looks like it did after giving heavy consideration. Yeah, it looked like it went through, so we should be good, Jason. Nice to see you in here again, though, bro. Nice to see you, man. Okay, where are we? Hello, beautiful people. I was first, but YouTube chat didn't want to pop up. How'd you know I was live streaming today, first off? How could you have been first? I literally just went live. That's hilarious. I didn't even have the indication that I was going live today. I think the only person that I kind of told in advance was Shinigami. Where are we? JJK. By the way, guys, New Ways Exorcist. Good suggestion from Karibo. It's actually like that. I'm enjoying reading this. Definitely enjoying New Ways Exorcist. Where is my is my JJK one over here? Boruto. That's Bleach. JJK. Okay, here we go. Chapter 2 through 3. I'd have to go check. Gotcha. Yeah, what's good, Karibo? How you doing? These people stalking for real. That's crazy. Because the notification came just at the moment I was going to go wash dishes. That's hilarious. I don't know what song I was singing, Kai, and you certainly didn't hear me singing no song, Kai. First off, so I don't know what you're trying to insinuate, sir. I'm not even a singer. All right, no. Should I use headphones? No. No headphones yet. I will put on my reading glasses though. Forget these ads, man. Godly, man. I can't. All right. So let's get into this JJK stuff. First, and happy Friday to all you guys, too. How y'all Friday going? We doing all right? We doing good? Are we doing the Lord's work? Oh, gosh, man. Come on. It's getting dirty. Oh yeah, you said what did I think about the drawing? Yeah, I thought you were drawing like a henchman at first, Shinigami. I thought that was like an underling, but then you said it was the first demon. I was like, oh, first demon, this guy. You know, thought it was good though. Better than anything I can do. I don't know if see here's the thing. My problem is whenever people ask me about like what I think about certain things that people do, unless it's a field that I can actually give solid criticism in, I really can't give like the best criticism or feedback for the most part, right? I'm not an artist. I would never like attempt to be an artist because I just don't think arts is my field. So anything that you can do better than me, I think is pretty good. I don't know. You know, I rap and I talk about anime content. I can tell you if you rap better than me, and I can tell you if you power scale decently or good, Star Slave Nue, 20-second time limit versus 15 finger Sukuna. See, like, just like based off of lore, Karibo, like this is a tough one because that new way didn't even show us her full power, even though she was under a time limit at that time. She didn't even show us her full power under that time limit. I don't think. And the implication is she could have drawn more power. It just would have also, been a limit, I guess. So that's kind of hard to say. Kind of hard to say. Doing good. Just got back from grocery shopping. That's what's up. Grocery shopping should take a man no less than 20 minutes. I'm sorry, no more than 20 minutes. Yeah. If you're a man, it should take no more than 20 minutes. I always be going with my fiance, and we're in there for at least an hour. Not a fan. What you mean? I love hearing opinions from people in general. Okay, gotcha. But all right, let's get into JJK. Like I said, I've been reading this not on stream as to not burden you guys with all the other stuff. So far, my favorite fight is Kashimo versus what's the boy's name? Hikari. Yeah, I like that fight. Good fight. But let's get into it. It feels like ages since I've been to Shibuya. What did time feel like in the prison realm? Like when work is insanely busy, a week would pass in a flash. But it's so draining that you'd never want to do it again. Like that. Okay, I understand. So I remember around when this came out, there was talks about Gojo being infinite speed because he can move in a place that doesn't have time and all this other stuff. Dumbest thing I've ever heard. Just because, well, first off, if we're talking about time and time not flowing, I'm not going to say like the author is wrong or anything like that, but it would not like point to infinite speed. That's not what would be going on. Time not moving would be impossible unless you're saying Gojo in the entire time was in stasis. Unless nothing was going on around him. He was in a blank white room and nothing changed. Then you could probably assert that time isn't going on in there or whatever. But if change is happening and things are progressing, time is actually happening. So yeah, I never liked that implication that just because he's in there and he's not, and he can perceive the prison realm and he's infinite speed, he's immeasurable speed, he can move in the prison realm. Why didn't he move his ass out of there if he was infinite speed? All right, stop. No, it says I only got your first reply to my message, but there isn't anything new after my reply to you. Interesting. I'll take a look at that. Later, Jason. That's very weird because I sent it twice. I'll try and send it from my phone. I have the reply copied though, so it's not going to be too bad of an issue. What happened to the people on floor B5? That was round 0 for cursed spirits in the Shibuya incident. The closer to Shibuya they were, the more likely non-sorcerers in Tokyo survived. Cool. But the cursed spirits avoided B5 due to your residuals. Any after effects of Unlimited Void? No, everyone's lives have returned to normal. That's good to hear. Well, shall we do this? Utahime, old man. Lord Sukuna, it's the 24th. The duel is today, but at what time and place? We didn't specify, but I'll know. Oh, is that so? Speak of the devil. Interesting. I'm the one who killed Yaga. Oh, tell me why. Why what? Why wasn't there a curse placed on me? No reason, other than I know you through the principle. You're a by-the-book kind of guy, so you can be trusted somewhat. The reason the higher-ups ordered you to kill the principal was that I'd gotten sealed, so who am I to criticize? See, I don't know. I thought Gojo was going to slide for Principal Yaga, not going to lie. I thought that's what would happen. I didn't think he'd be cool with this old guy killing Principal Yaga. I liked Principal Yaga. He reminded me of Tetsuzaimon. Anyway, did he say anything in the end about Panda? He said cursed corpses aren't spontaneous mutations. There's a way to create them. Haha, even old farts change, huh? What do you mean? You haven't told anyone that, right? Panda's secret is a special grade case. Before, you would have definitely told your superiors. You've changed, old man. Things would be better with you running HQ. Did Gojo kill all these people? This looks like what they would be calling headquarters or whatever. Did Gojo kill all these people? He says things would be better with you running HQ, meaning this is probably HQ and these people are dead. Did Gojo run up on the higher ups like he said he was going to do and take them out? Why have me do it? There has to be someone who's better with barriers. You seriously don't get it. Huh? I trust you more than anyone. That's why. Okay. He bam, hits the banjo, the guitar, whatever. And then he does his thing. Cool. I'm someone who fled, someone who didn't have the courage to flee. Someone who was given the chance to flee. Despite that, the strongest sorcerer says I'm trustworthy. So I must live up to his words. Cool. Either that or I'm trying. Oh, either that or die trying. Okay, yeah. Oh, we finally get to learn about Utahime's curse technique. Nice. Utahime's curse technique is solo forbidden area. It temporarily amplifies the total cursed energy amount and output of one willing sorcerer within its range, including Utahime herself. Very nice. Very nice. To excel at Jujutsu is to excel at subtraction. The degree to which a sorcerer can omit the intonations, movements, and other elements that comprise or activate a curse technique determines that sorcerer's skill. So the degree to which a sorcerer can omit the intonations, movements, and other elements that compromise or activate a curse technique determines that sorcerer's skill. Okay, so basically, it's all basically efficiency here, but like it gets very specific with how efficiency. I like that. But Utahime's leaves nothing out. Words, gestures, dance, music. Elevating the curse technique to the level of a ritual boosts its potency to 120%. Okay, so his cursed techniques or his cursed energy is now 120%. Not more powerful, but I guess has been raised to 120%. Nice. Hold up. By the way, Ab-Stract, doing Aizen versus Johan in intelligence and Nier versus Shikamaru in intelligence. Which one you want to read first? If I had to choose, I'd probably do Nier and Shikamaru since I'd be looking more forward to Aizen and Johan. I asked because Nier versus... But like I said, Shinigami, don't make it too long. I asked because Nier versus Shikamaru has so many things to consider beforehand. Not just Matsudo theory, but also Nier's motivation on Shikamaru's writing in Boruto. Gotcha. All right, nice. Thanks, man. Of course, Jason, no problem. Dude, you're too early this evening. How could you? Hey, Michael, I tried to go earlier for my people that be going to bed like earlier too, bro. Because you be getting out of here around like, you be usually getting out of here around 10 o'clock. So I'm like, all right, let me try an earlier one to Friday to see who I can, who shows up earlier, who's not busy, etc., etc. But hey, this is probably going to be a 3-day weekend stream for me. I'm streaming today, tomorrow, and Sunday. And I'm going to be streaming at least Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday as well. So, yeah. We lit. JJK's curse technique. Yap. 9 ropes. Polarized light. Crow. And declaration between front and back. Much like Utahime, Gojo leaves nothing out. To hit 200%, hollow purple. Wow. Okay. Oh, wow. So, how far are they? Because Sukuna said, speak of the devil. Is he over this horizon? Where is he? Oh, is that so? Speak of the devil. So he notices him somewhere. He's either on this other building or like really, really far away. Let's go back to the other shot. So he does his 200% hollow purple. Sukuna sees it coming, reacts to it, tries to like put up his hands. It's just tearing through shit. This is an interesting panel. Okay. That's some... Wait, it looks like it traveled up the building. It looks like it traveled up the building. Very interesting. Due to Ijiki's barrier, Sukuna misreads Gojo's first move. Even though he sensed Gojo, he didn't notice his opponent's immense output until the last moment. Okay, so Gojo is basically sniping him with a hollow purple. That's crazy. Ooh, some serious damage to Sukuna's left hand and right, specifically his right arm. That took some. So a 200% hollow purple is definitely higher than his durability, even with cursed reinforcement, because the assumption is he's using cursed reinforcement to make himself stronger, and it still did this. So it's a good thing he was able to block it. The strongest sorcerer in history versus the strongest sorcerer of today. Trust. So there's no misunderstanding. Let me set you straight. You're the challenger here. That's hilarious. Damn, punk. Cool. I'm liking this. I'm the challenger. You've let catching me off guard go to your head, Satoru Gojo. You're just a fish on the cutting board. You may flop around a lot, but you're still a nameless fish. Excuse me. All right. First, I'll strip away your scales. Then why are you wearing that? Then why are you wearing that face? You wanted me to hold back, right? Too bad for you. I've undergone special training. I can totally wail on Megumi. Since they look alike. Oh, he looks like Toji. That's funny. Dying once as a Yuji was a mistake. I'll worry about Megumi after I kill you. All right, here we go, baby. Shit. Sukuna comes in with a right kick, which Gojo blocks. Going back and forth with hand to hand. Okay, this is goofy as shit. Why they're going back and forth for hand to hand? Sukuna throws a right-handed punch. Gojo either ducks this or ends up on the ground somehow. Clearly, it didn't hit him. He's toying with Sukuna at this point. Okay, and he uses blue, I'm guessing. Uses blue to push him against the wall. He pushes him against the wall and then through the window. That's not even a window. Against the wall, makes a hole in the wall, continues to be pushed through the wall. Okay. Okay, then Gojo joins him. Using blue again, he raises the debris, it looks like. And he hurls that debris into another building. Sukuna escapes from the debris. Thump. And he dashes. Where does he dash to? Over to another side. Uses a dismantle, which Gojo either perceives or can detect the trajectory of it. And it's a pretty big dismantle. Literally cuts the entire building. Don't know if it cuts it in half just yet, but it does cut the entire building. Gojo takes note of the dismantle, then focuses back to Sukuna. Let's check the chat real quick. This is a good fucking fight. I like this. I still don't understand how aliens started coming to JJK. That is hilarious. That's a good question. Because I've been hearing that as far as the new... Oh, Rev, how you doing, Rev? I responded to you too, Rev. I have to respond to, I think, the last couple portions of your last message, Rev, but I have responded to you too. I didn't go to work. I didn't have work today, so I used today, guys. What I did today, I used today to respond to like most of all my Discord or email things from you guys. So I got Rev. I respond to Jason. I think Ursa is the last person I actually need to respond to. But her thing is going to take more effort. It's going to take a lot more effort. Yeah, we might actually go over that We might actually go over that. Like, actually in the Discord. We'll see. He's using reinforcement and domain amplification. Otherwise, his entire body would have been vaporized if he'd only used reinforcement. Got you. Nice to know. Any notable / funny anti-feats in JJK based on your reading? Any noticeable / funny anti-feats? Have I noticed any anti-feats? I'm gonna say this, bro. JJK is, from what I've seen, and I'll have to probably do a reread. From what I've seen, JJK is kind of consistent. It's pretty damn consistent. Like, of course, you have to factor in the skill level of the actual sorcerers. For example, when I was going to say Suguru Geto, not Geto. Naruto Shikama, when Kinjaku, yeah. When Kinjaku went to the United States and was basically like, hey, instead of 100 soldiers, send 800 soldiers. Like, not per sorcerer, but you're going to need around 800 soldiers to subdue a top tier sorcerer. At least 800. And then he demonstrates to them how powerful a sorcerer is. And then they're like, yeah, even a shot from a 50 caliber round will not break their skin. This is the top tier hunter. Now, mind you, they did come in with guns, and some people were able to subdue other hunters, but those weren't the top tier hunters that he was talking about. So it's very consistent in that aspect. And like I said, it just makes it all the more easy that this is. It just makes it all the more easy that JJK is like Hunter x Hunter. So when I start doing that content myself, it's not too much. It's not too different at all. I'm really going to enjoy that because I want to see Hisoka versus a few people. I want to see how Phaeton would do against some of these people. I don't want to use Phaeton, but I want to use Phaeton at the same time. You know what I mean? I want to see how Gon and Killua would do against Early, Yuji, and Megami, maybe. I don't know. We'll see. I think it'll be fun, though. And then, of course, Sukuna. Sukuna versus, like, the Phantom Troop would be a dope fight. I don't know the top tier of I don't know the top level of their speed, but Sukuna versus the Phantom Troop would be dope. Just like Meruem. Okay. All right. There's some funny moments in this very fight. LOL. That's what's up. I can't wait. Ab-Stract, I've just been listening to the stream in the background until now. I'll check Discord. Got you. That's what's up. Yo, Rev, might ask for help for an idea or a plot point per se. My MC is going to do a tactic and plan, but I have no idea on the steps. By the way, Gojo can move in stopped time. It's not infinite speed, but due to the limitless curse techniques, neutral infinity barrier, which simulates a unique space time around him. That's how he teleports too. Okay. When you're saying he can move in stopped time, are you saying this is because of his curse technique? Is it because of his curse technique that he can move in stop time? Or is the stop time more of a like metaphor for no change within that world going on? Ooh, Hisoka versus the comedian guy would be funny. Yo, yeah, that comedian guy and the mangaka's curse technique was fire too. They have some like good abilities in this. They have some really good abilities. Gege came up with some really fire abilities. Kind of like how Natsu can move and stop time without infinite speed. Yeah, see, like, is that due to magical power hacks, though? Can he move in anyone's stopped time? Or just, like, certain stop time? You know what I mean? Let's keep going. So, we hand to hand. We tie jutsu. We fisting it out. Pause, if you need that. Okay, Sukuna did cleave this entire building in half, I think. Yeah. It looks like it's falling at least. Unless like the panel's kind of weird, but it looks like it's falling on them. Let's see. Sukuna throws a fist. Gojo actually. Okay, so he's using domain amplification right now, I'm guessing, and then Gojo catches it. The building is actually falling. Good. And they're going up. Gojo grabs onto like a desk, it looks like. Sukuna makes a fist. Gojo is doing Jajenken. Jajenken. Gojo is charging up his Jajenken. The building completely falls on them. And these two clowns are left amidst the rubble. I'm blaming you for all the damage. Like, anyone will believe that. Mai's broadcasting this. That's hilarious. Because Mei, yeah, that's right. Mei is broadcasting the fight to make money. This is dope. This is dope. When's the last time you seen two fighters have a moment like this? This is so wholesome. Like, they're going to kill each other. A few moments from now, they're going to be at each other's necks. I'm glad they can share in this wholesome moment. Like, what I like about Sukuna, bro, Sukuna's not like a dickhead, if that makes sense. Like, Frieza's a dickhead. Frieza is an asshole. He's a racist, right? Aizen is an arrogant, manipulating, egotistical son of a bitch, right? I don't know if One Piece villains aren't really assholes either, but Sukuna is not an asshole. Madara is an arrogant, egotistical asshole. Sukuna's not an asshole. Like, he is, but he's not. Sukuna can have wholesome moments like this. Sukuna can talk to Jogo and say, "Stand proud. You're strong." You know, he can do that stuff. I like that about Sukuna, man. Gojo has the limitless curse technique, which makes him inviolable. All right. If you don't know what inviolable means, it means too important to be ignored. I'm glad I learned the words I do, because when I come across them, I can just spit it off the top of my head. Inviolable, too important to be ignored. And Sukuna has tried neutralizing it with domain amplification. Domain amplification. It was in Mekamaru's footage. A special grade curse technique used it against Gojo Sensei's limitless curse technique in Shibuya. It neutralizes Gojo's domain. But how? Oh, Hikari doesn't know about this. Interesting. It's like my simple domain, only more developed. It neutralizes by using a domain that doesn't grant a curse technique in order to pour an opponent's curse energy into the empty space. Kusakabe, can you do that? Of course not. But I do have a sense of how it works. The drawback to amplification is that you can't use it together with an innate domain. It appears that Sukuna is no exception. Does that mean he's practically without a curse technique and still holding his own against Satoru? Supposing there's a way for Sukuna to defeat the limitless curse technique, aside from amplification, Gojo will lose. Supposing there's a way for Sukuna to defeat the limitless technique. Aside from amplification, Gojo will lose. If that's the case, why can't Sukuna expand the domain? Using a curse technique is difficult immediately after domain expansion. Then shouldn't Sukuna get into a clash of domains with Gojo? You make it sound simple, but depending on the result, the fight would be over. Wouldn't that be a good thing? You're right. So then why? Can the domains guaranteed hit even pierce Satoru's curse technique? That's a good question. He hinted it would that time a cursed spirit's domain swallowed us. This is a lot. This is a lot. Let me read the chat, man. This is a lot. Let me see. Basically, if you stop time, he wouldn't necessarily be affected because he controls his own version of limited space-time. That makes perfect sense. So within his limitless, well, then again, I see what you're saying. Okay, I get what you're saying. So within his limitless, he's isolated. He's isolated himself off within his limitless. That makes sense. By controlling his own time, that'd be something different, though, in my opinion. That's like kind of saying at least he could speed up his own time or slow down his. I don't know if he can do all that, but he does have access to a personal space, if that makes sense. Everyone can move in the prison realm box. It's designed so targets can off themselves. That's the skull surrounding Gojo in the box. Oh, that's crazy. Yanatsu could move in Demiri's top time when he used his E&D form. And the form of Natsu stronger than that should be capable of the same, as Natsu can burn spells. Interesting. Closest I can think is Luffy versus Kaido, with how casually they got with each other as the fight progressed. Sukuna really goes from tweaking out about the women and children crawling around like maggots to cracking jokes and not being serious with his opponents. Yeah, reading JJK felt tedious. I couldn't get a lot of enjoyment out of it. But I couldn't get a lot of enjoyment out of it later on. Yeah, like I don't mind the explanations of why certain things are or are not happening. This is a lot though, because they're look, they're still yapping about, oh my fucking god, look how much I have to get through, and I'm trying to understand it at the same time. That's funny. All right, so we have innate tech. Well, I already know about innate techniques. Those are things that only you can do, basically, that kind of came with the stuff you were born with. We have domain amplification, which is essentially making a domain around your fist to disrupt a curse technique, i.e. Gojo's infinity. And we have simple domains, which expand the space around a user, which make domains ineffective. I think. Let's keep going though. Alright, if that's the case, why isn't Sukuna expanding a domain? I already read that. Okay, I already read that, yeah. Could it be that Sukuna suspects he can't beat Gojo in a domain clash? Given Gojo's devious personality and 6 eyes, I doubt he'd fail to notice that. And if he suspected it, he'd have deployed his domain first. Then perhaps there won't be a domain battle. Based on what Inumaki and Yuji said, I don't think Sukuna closes barriers when opening domains. Huh? Isn't that impossible? Yes, it is, says Kashimo. It's impossible. At least I think it is. So it's like totally impossible. Meanwhile, toss me some water. Why'd you do that? Huh? You told me to. I asked for water. I don't need the bottle. What the hell's wrong with him? Is it possible to hold water without a vessel? Can you paint a picture in the air without a canvas? Do flowers bloom from a seed without root, leaf, or stem? It'd be like running software without hardware. Anyway, it's impossible. Megumi's unfinished domain didn't shut the barrier. I heard about something like that before promotion assessment, but that involved using buildings and existing barriers as external shells. This is on a far higher level. But Naruto Shikamo Kinjaku did it. Sumiki resisted with simple domain. Meanwhile, Tengen dispelled a domain with a barrier technique from outside. The simple domain got stripped away, but if Tsukimo had been holding an open domain, I doubt a clash of domains would result because it'd amount to a clash with the barriers outside shells. But it probably resulted in a struggle involving the curse techniques guaranteed hits inside Yuki's domain. This is a lot of yap. A struggle between what? I don't know. Maybe guaranteed hits? Guaranteed hits come with the barrier, so it'd have to be the barriers. We're talking about domains like they're no big deal. But hey, eat up tons of curse energy. Oh, but they eat up tons of curse energy, right? So you can't do them lightly. Fish flakes. Inumaki's right. Gojo Sensei would never run out of cursed energy. That's because his curse energy efficiency is extraordinary, isn't it? He controls consumption through a constant self-preservation. But that assumes regular functioning, right? I bet it'd be different if he was so consecutively... I bet it'd be different if he was to consecutively open domains. Without Sukuna, he's like a god. He activates curse techniques and switches between amplification and innate technique quickly. If Gojo didn't have 6 eyes, Sukuna would even best him in curse energy efficiency. He also has more overall curse energy than I do. My hunch is twice or more. He has more cursed energy than Yuta? That's crazy. So it's not like they wouldn't open their domains due to the lack of curse energy. Maybe nobody, including those two, knows what would happen if their domains clash. Yeah. And here it comes. Oh, wow. Domain expansion. Okay, cool. That was so much yap, bro. So much yap. Jason said, never recovering from Hikari technique explanation. Hey, yo, Jason. Not only did I read Hikari versus Kashimo like 3 times, bro, I had to go to several YouTubers to help me. I had to look up gambling stuff. I really had to get invested because I'm like, yo, I've read it 3 times. I get some things, but it's not really clicking for me. I need to be invested in this in a whole different way. So I went to YouTube. I went to Royal Casino things. I was looking up slot machines. I was looking up, okay, what does this mean? How does this affect? Break down Hikari's technique, bro. Yeah, that shit was a headache, but it's dope. He has a very dope technique. Big fan of Hikari. I don't even remember who half these yokers are. That's crazy. Ab-Stract. Imagine Baragan's base time dilation ability. Now place him in a space where time flows 2 times faster than normal. Baragan would have a passive field that makes time flow at a speed he wants. That's true, but that's Baragan, bro. Like Baragan, yes, he emits his own reiatsu, which affects that though. Like, I don't think Gojo. Okay, hold up. When you put it that way, so much yap, like, bro, just write a novel then. Yo, Rev, want me to share which of L's strategies I'm thinking of for the scene? I don't know what's going on. Yo, I don't know what's going on. Like, shit, bro. We needed the yap, though. Hey, what's good, Ursa? How you doing? Ab-Stract reading, Kakegiri. Let's go gambling. Oh, dang it. Oh, dang it. Oh, dang it. Let's go gambling. Let's go gambling. Gambling. This says a lot about my attention span, but Aladdin versus Jafar is more palpable fight for how much less yapping there is than this. Yeah, bro. That was painful. I'm not gonna lie. Like I said, this is cool, but this is just too much. This is just too much. They got to make this way more concise. So, like, for the spinoff, I hope it's way more concise than this. But here we go. Domain expansion. This is a dope panel. This is a fire fucking panel. I like this shit. Okay. Whew. Domain expansion. We see the orb being created. We see Malevolent Shrine. Wow. The clash was even. Inside Gojo's barrier, the 2 can't miss commands overlapped and canceled. Oh, inside Gojo's barrier, the 2 can't miss commands. Okay, yeah, the 2 can't miss commands overlapped and canceled each other out. Interesting. Because the sure hit is something that's built into the domain itself. So, honestly, what should have happened was they both got hit by each other's sure hit technique. Because it says they overlapped. I'm sorry, the commands overlapped, which means they encountered each other and they should have went through, in my opinion. But they canceled each other out, which is interesting. They fought with both their domains open. If one takes heavy damage or one of their domains collapses, the other's guaranteed hit will immediately strike. Wow, that's risky. That's an even match. For real? It can't be. Inside a barrier? So, someone help me explain this. So, are they inside Gojo's domain And Sukuna also opened his own domain inside Gojo's barrier. Is that what happened? Yeah, I think that's what happened. Yeah, because this looks like Infinite Void, but we have Malevolent Shrine right here. Okay, yeah. That's an even match inside a barrier. Okay, that's fire. But the effective range of Sukuna's domain reaches outside the exterior of Gojo's domain. How are they letting that happen when his technique is confined inside of Gojo's barrier, though? That's the domain's barrier. It's weak against attacks from outside. Oh. So, okay, I don't know if I like that. I don't know if I like that. That means Malevolent Shrine is attacking Gojo's barrier from the outside. I don't know if I like that. I don't know if that's fair. Slash, basically, until Gojo's gets destroyed from the outside, even though his is on the inside. See, here's the thing. If he is using Infinite Void, the inside of Infinite, like how are his slashes escaping the outside of his barrier if Infinite Void it should be infinite? I don't know if I like that. I don't know if I like that, Gege Akutama. Ab-Stract crashing out so bad that the stream almost died. That's crazy. Did it really? Were we lagging? Oh look, Ichibe's shrine. So nice of Ichibei to let Sukuna run. Like shit, bro. So would we apply the total joules to the volume of the entire shrine? Facts. That's hilarious. That's hilarious. Yeah, that's what's happening. Okay. I believe Sukuna is inside Gojo's domain, but Sukuna is operating outside of it. Yeah, I don't know if I like that, Kai. It's not confined inside of it because Sukuna's domain is metaphorically a painting onto reality itself as opposed to contained within the barrier. Right, but the thing is, Ursa, his technique is contained within Gojo's barrier, which is supposedly Infinite Void, which really theoretically should be infinite inside of it. Maybe not outside of it, but it should almost work like Yukio's dimension to where it's a lot bigger on the outside. I'm sorry, it's a lot bigger on the inside than the outside. So I don't know how his slashes would metaphorically be escaping the domain and then destroying it from the outside. Like Sukuna must have tested this with somebody first. If he didn't test this with somebody first, I'm calling bullshit on it. I don't like that. I don't like that. If he's inside Gojo's barrier, that is infinite. Like if he was on Jogo's, if he was on Dagon's island and he did Infinite Void, he did Malevolent Shrine, I would expect his slashes to go within the domain, not outside of it. Even if it is, I can paint on the canvas, I don't have to create a barrier. Well, my man, your thing is already inside of a barrier. What are we talking about? You don't got to create anything. I did the barrier for you. But I get it. It's cool. Why not? You weren't lagging. You were just hit by the glitch gremlin. It's not an actual Infinite Void. It's a barrier with a curse technique engraved into every part of it. Of the area is confined. Okay. Then maybe that's on me for for doing a name fallacy, right? Because the way Gojo's barrier is depicted, it's kind of just like empty space. So it looks infinite to me. Cleave and dismantle, shrine, curse techniques can ignore conventional obstacles. Sukuna can select what to cleave after analyzing it. So he's operating both inside and outside barrier. Okay. Never mind, might just be me. All good, Shinigami. Well, it did say both domains clashed or whatever, so maybe because Sukuna activated prior to being fully inside Gojo's domain, that's why it operates the way. That's a good point. Yeah, that's a good point. That's a good point. I keep that. That's a good point. To me, Sukuna's shit is anchored onto the base reality instead of anchored onto the void. I could get behind that as well. That makes sense. And Sukuna is top 3 most analytical gifted jutsu sorcerers in the verse. His analysis are only second to Six Eyes. Gotcha. All barriers warp space, like that though, but they have an edge designed by the user. Okay, cool. Hey, y'all should be Sukuna's fucking lawyers at this point. Y'all putting up a good fight for the boy. I'm here for it though. I like it. Cool. So Infinite Void has been dismantled, broken. Gojo looks surprised. He gets cut across the neck. Sukuna, that smile is devious. He gets cut across the neck. Okay, let's get that out of here. Cool. He gets cut across the neck. Sensei tightens his veins. Use reverse curse technique, probably. Yeah, he used reverse curse technique. Yes, but Sukuna's slashes won't stop inside his domain. Since Sukuna doesn't close his barrier, wouldn't running away be easy? If Malevolent Shrine's maximum effective area is about the size of Shibuya, then Gojo should be fast enough to get away. No, his instantaneous movement uses limitless curse technique to compress space and coordinates. Gojo's domain was just destroyed, so he can't use his curse technique for a while. But that means, yeah, Gojo's in trouble. He's getting sliced the fuck up. I'm glad with regard to curse techniques, I'm overwhelmingly stronger. Okay. Alright, let's listen. Let's hear this again. If Malevolent Shrine's maximum effective area is about the size of Shibuya. Shibuya is a city. Right? Gojo like movement speed. How fast? Let me do this. How big is Shibuya? Let's do this. How big is Shibuya? I don't even care if it's right necessarily. I just want to answer. Sukuna's rampage key. All right, well, we'll just do this. How big is the real Shibuya? Yeah, how big is Shibuya in miles or something like that? I don't know. Shibuya is only 5 miles in area. 5 miles. Shibuya is only 5 miles. All right. 5 miles. So Gojo, with his no using curse techniques, no using teleportation and coordinates, you're telling me he can't cover 5 miles in a reasonable time? That's kind of crazy. That's kind of crazy to me. Okay. Yeah, since Sukuna doesn't close his barrier, wouldn't running away be easy? If Malevolent Shrine's maximum effective area is about the size of Shibuya, then Gojo should be fast enough to get away. See, what's our boy's name? Why am I Chozo? Why am I forgetting his name, bro? Chuzo? Oh my god, why am I forgetting his name? Choso. Choso. Okay. Choso is talking about running away. Wouldn't running away be easy? Hikari says Gojo should be fast enough to get away. Then we have Kusakabe. No, his instantaneous movement uses limitless curse technique. Who said anything about him using instantaneous movement? Can he run away or not? Is he fast enough or not? We know you're not, because you're thinking he has to use his instantaneous movement to get away. In fact, you couldn't get away before the meteor dropped down, so you're definitely not getting out of 5 miles fast. But you're not Gojo, too. Yeah. See, the hunters had to fight Chi 2. Chi 2 has some pretty good feats. Chi 2 could probably run away from Malevolent Shrine. I don't know, like, how long it would take him to get at. I don't know how long would it take him to cover 5 miles. We could probably find that out. But if I remember correctly, Chi 2's running speed was slower than his actual like combat speed. Granted, but yeah, man, that's just funny. But that means yeah, Gojo's in trouble. Sukuna says, with regard to curse technique, I'm overwhelmingly stronger. Cool. Gojo's getting his shit peeled. While being slashed to death, Gojo dashes over Sukuna. You think I'd let you go? Or does Gojo run away? Oh, Gojo's running away. He didn't dash to Sukuna. Gojo ran away. Sukuna hawked him down and said, you think I'd let you get away? And Sukuna throws a kick. Gojo grabs and blocks. It looks like Gojo lands a knee. No, grab. Grizz grab. So I'm guessing he twists him. Gets him in a leg lock. Gojo goes for a punch. And fractures the ground. He moves well for someone using reverse curse technique at full throttle to keep my slashing attacks at bay. Apparently, Malevolent Shrine's center isn't Sukuna, it's the shrine itself. What if that shrine was thrashed? Ordinarily, concrete manifestations of innate domains don't have special meaning or function. In other words, they might as well not exist. If the shrine is merely a symbol of the domain, then it can't be broken. There's no point in trying. If Gojo with his 6 eyes hasn't attempted to do so, then that must be the case. Oh no, is there nothing he can do? New shadow style. Simple domain. So, like, here's the thing. Why wasn't... Here, like, they could have beaten Sukuna today. Or very quickly. Why not during the domain clash or during right now was Lady Angel not using Jacob's like not spamming Jacob's ladder? Gojo and her, Lady Angel, could have beaten Sukuna had they coordinated his attacks with Jacob's ladder. Could have beat him. Literally no reason they didn't do that. All right, where we at? Where we at? Where was I? Where was I? All barriers warp space like that though, but they have okay. I read that. Yeah, and his domain lacks a barrier entirely, so he can expand his domain beyond Gojo's barrier. Okay, that makes sense. Yeah, yeah. He just needs the counter technique he didn't use since the Heian era. I say. As you're going to see later, Sukuna can be his own lawyer. Hint, hint, wink, wink. That's hilarious. Because Gege needs the glaze Sukuna. It is bullshit that he knows the outcome of these types of interactions. Like, who does he test or play with to figure out these versus mechanics? Same with Gojo, but he can practice with Yuji, I guess. This fight is the pinnacle of JJK fight. If you lack the little nuances that have been established from chapter 1, you will struggle to keep up. Anime onlys will hate this fight, laugh my ass off. Probably. Sukuna's domain at max is 200 meters. So hold up. It takes. I ran the 200 meter dash in 21 seconds. You're telling me? No. No. In high school, my top 200 meter dash was like. No, I'm sorry. It was 22.5 or something like that. Not 21. I'm capping. Not 21. 22 seconds. 200 meter dash. Gojo should have been able to clear that distance in less than half the time. But I get it. Sukuna's on his head. I get it. It's cool. All right, new shadow style, simple domain. Simple domain. Didn't Gojo Sensei say he can't do that? No, he said he can't teach it. Natural geniuses can't teach for squat. Then don't make a guy like that a teacher for the first years. Simple domain will negate the guaranteed hit. while he himself heals with reverse curse technique. How can he do reverse curse technique and normal curse energy control at the same time? But compared to a real domain, the cursed energy output for a simple domain will merely buy time. That makes sense. Cool. So they're fighting inside the simple domain. Gojo's healing all his cuts and his wounds. His face looks all nice and good again. Very good. Ooh. But he gets slashed across the face. See? How tedious. What the? Gojo stopped healing with reverse curse technique. Does that mean no, he wouldn't run out of curse energy? Under ordinary circumstances, he wouldn't. But he continued running reverse curse technique full blast immediately after opening his domain. He's expended twice the usual amount of curse energy, all while the powerful Sukuna has been attacking nonstop. That's true. That's true. Full simple. He's did a simple domain, been running reverse curse technique the entire time, and having to fend off and fight Sukuna, which also takes energy. Is Gojo going to lose? Okay, so he plops himself on Sukuna. He plops himself on Daddy Sukuna. Embrace like a son embracing his father. His speed just now. Curse technique reversal. Is that possible? Maybe he couldn't heal his body because he was using reverse curse technique to heal his burnt out cursed energy. Wow. Gojo is a gambler, man. Wow. He is a gambler. He was using reverse curse technique to heal his burnt out cursed energy. I don't know if that's fair. I don't know if I like that. I don't know if I like that at all. I don't like that at all, actually. It makes using a domain. It makes using a domain and then having burnout less impactful if you can just heal it with reverse curse technique. I don't like that. It's not cool. Keep in mind, Gojo can teleport in warp space to move faster. I got you. That's why Gege had these guys who shouldn't even be able to keep up with Sukuna and Gojo's speeds, somehow analyzing and commenting on the battle, yapping and holding the reader's hand throughout. That makes sense. Shibuya has to at least be 2 golden retrievers wide. What the fuck? Yeah, they're not the fastest verse. It's just crazy that he can't do 200 meters in like 5 seconds. He should be able to listen. If a normal person can do a 200-meter dash in 21 seconds, you're Gojo. You're the height of the Jujutsu world. That should be 10 seconds. That should be like a 100-meter dash for him. Less than that. It should be like 7 seconds for him. If you ran track, you know what I'm talking about. Toshido and Sosazade outdoes Sukuna's 5 miles. Oh yeah, no, what? Toshido, what? We talk 10 square. If you ain't within 10 square miles, if you are still within 10 square miles of this, I can't guarantee your safety. I think he says that's because Sukuna won't just let him run away on feet like that. I might be wrong. No. You're absolutely right. The thing is this. Well, here's number one. Gojo ran first, and Sukuna caught up to him. Not only did he run first, Gojo was further away, and Sukuna caught up to him. You could argue, oh, well, he's not using all his speed to run, which I understand because he'd also be using it for reverse curse technique. But it's like, I don't know. But I guess you could argue that. Oh, yeah, Red said, stop losing in the Street Fighter for 50 years plus or something like that last stream. Don't shoot the messenger. I'm just relaying the message. Right? He said, stop losing the Street Fighter. He said, you're not good. He said, you're trash. He'll never play you until you get some wins up, bro. I don't know. That's what Red told me to say last stream. Y'all handle that how you will. Shitu was moving like 200 miles per hour, though. Or maybe it was 70 miles per hour. I don't remember. Yeah, I don't remember. I don't remember exactly. But, yeah. We'll get up with that. What up, y'all? What's good, Red? How you doing, bro? Gojo blitzed Kenjaku from miles away when he broke out of the prison realm and dug his way out of the depths of the mountain in the ocean. All this means is that Sukuna's attacks are just as fast. Yes, but wasn't he using his coordination, teleportation for all that stuff? I don't think he was like running those speeds. Remind me again what Simple Domain does. Okay, yeah. So Simple Domain creates a space around the curse user that cancels out the sure hit effects of domains, basically. Yeah. It creates an area or a space around the sorcerer that will cancel out the sure hit technique of a domain. Yo, Unc Red, what's up? Remind me. Okay, yeah. What is Jacob's ladder? A literal ladder? Ooh. Jacob's ladder. So, I don't even want to go there. But no, Jacob's ladder is the attack from the angel girl. It can how does she describe it? It negates cursed energy, basically. It almost works like a TSO in a beam form. It negates cursed energy though. Be it barriers, techniques, attacks, weapons, it negates cursed energy. I think Lady Angel is too fodder to keep up with either of them. No, like, see, but Ursa, the perfect time would have been when Sukuna and Gojo both released their domains. If she just stayed in the cloud and did her Light of Judgment while he was doing that, Gojo wins with Infinite Void. And it's GG. He gets sealed. But it's okay. They weren't thinking on my level. What up, Nephew Ronan? Still losing to Storm for 60 years. I thought it was a Street Fighter. Now it's Storm. What the anime said? 200-meter circular radius. Simple domain is set radius around the sorcerer where they automatically attack whatever gets close. It's a domain barrier with sure hit effect, but no actual domain expansion inside. Oh, I was totally wrong. I'm so sorry. Listen to Rev. I don't know what I'm talking about. Listen to Rev. So it's kind of like N from Hunter x Hunter. That's a good way to put it, actually. He said, nah, they fucking... Hey, yo, Kai, you gotta chill, Kai. Basically, that one Phantom Troop Swordsman's unique domain ability. Okay, yeah. So, yeah, it's N, basically. It's basically N. Your X. Set defeats that stand out from L. Well, you have to remember, Gojo is the one doing it, not your average or above average Jujutsu sorcerer. Like, no one can heal their brain with their precision that Gojo and Sukuna can. I get that. I'm like, see, but here's the thing. I feel like the cast, that being like Yuta, Yuji, Hikari, I feel like all these guys would learn to be able to do that, and again, that would kind of cheapen it for me. I don't know. I feel like Gege could have taken a different route with that one, but it's okay. Ab-Stract, what about the fact who is performing the shit? It is literally Gojo. No. I get it. But at the same time, it just feels... Because if Gojo can do it, Sukuna should be able to do it. And then at that point, there's almost no risk to spamming your domain for either of them. Nah, it took me 1 minute, 55 seconds to cover 200 meters at my fastest. There's no shame in Gojo. Hold up. Michael, you ran a 200-meter dash in over a minute? Bro, you're lying. Hold up. No, you said 1 minute, 55 seconds. That's nearly 2 minutes, Michael. Michael, you're lying, bro. Michael, you're lying, bro. It did not take you close to 2 minutes to run a... It did not take you close to 2 minutes to run 200 meters, bro. That's crazy. That's wild. If you do a light jog, it might take a full minute. If you do a light jog. If you're sprinting for a majority of it, it might take 30 seconds. Yeah. 30 seconds. If you're in shape and you're sprinting at top speed, well, no, my fault. If you're like out of shape and do a sprint, it might take like 40 seconds. If you're like not a top athlete, it might take around 30. I don't believe that, bro. 22 minutes? That's crazy. That's crazy. Trip, you trying to gaslight him, and I'm moving faster than Gojo because I already gaslit him, LOL. That's legit a dumb name for a technique like that. What do you mean, Shinigami? Jacob's Ladder. No. Jacob's Ladder, it's a tough technique name, actually. It's a very tough technique name. And there's probably some esotericism behind the naming of that technique. I'm going to dig into that actually. And it makes me want to talk about One Piece Skypiea. I can't wait to do a video on One Piece Skypiea, bro. That's going to be fun. Not going to lie, Jacob's Ladder is kind of fire. Like a biblical kind of name. Yeah. Comes right from there. Ab-Stract, you're not exactly wrong. Since it's a domain barrier with the sure hit effect within the domain expansion, it does cancel out domain sure hits as 2 active domain barriers cancel out. Okay, cool. Good. Just making sure. I don't want to put out no misinformation. Shinigami would have loved that if that was Boro naming it. I know you said that shit too. You ain't call him a liar. Hey, yo. I'm just the messenger, bro. I'm just the messenger. All right, I'm going to catch up and read this shit. The fuck you read yapping about? Jacob's Ladder is poor man's... Jacob's Ladder is poor man... Oh, shit. Jacob's Ladder is poor man's Auswählen. It's Timu Auswählen. It's hot. Yes, Kai, I'm fucking with the thermostat. It's hot. Oh, man. Y'all funny, man. I can't with y'all. I can't read this shit with y'all, man. Y'all funny. Let's get back to it, though. So, Gojo used reverse curse technique on his burnt out cursed energy. Cool. Hits Sukuna with the red, slamming him into his own shrine. Phew. This wasn't easy. I bet it wasn't. Okay. Who just walked past my window like that? Come on. Okay, yeah. Come on. Come on, get out of here. Alright. Did he use reverse curse technique to heal his burned out curse technique? Okotsu. I can't say it's impossible. After all, he just did it. Of course he did. Burning out a curse technique with a domain is completely different from taking physical damage. If a machine isn't broken but overheats, it won't function properly. So you have to wait for it to cool down. Right, and Gojo basically said, fuck the cooldown, I'm going to fix it now. So reverse curse technique can fix something, but it can't cool it down. No, it did cool it down. That's what I thought, but maybe I was wrong. Or could it be Gojo maybe pushing way beyond his limit? You can go bigger than this, right? Wow. So Gojo's completely healed, talking shit. You can go bigger than this, right? The moment Sukuna tried to expand Malevolent Shrine's effective range to the maximum... No way, what is he thinking? Unlimited Void. Gojo opened his domain again. He's doing the same thing. No, he's smarter than that. Ah, I see. Did he reverse the barrier's internal and external conditions? It's not breaking right away this time. In other words, this barrier, it's strong against external attacks. But how can he change conditions so easily? How about a do-over? Interesting. Okay. Alright. So Gojo goaded Sukuna into opening another domain clash, or having another domain clash, with the difference being the barrier's durability on the outside due to him changing some conditions. Very, very interesting. I like that. So now it's strong against external attacks. How about a do-over? Cool. So now they're fighting in the domain again. Seriously, Sukuna? Seriously, Sukuna can amplify with the domain open? Is he used to this? His output's ramping up during amplification. You can't use innate techniques which are engraved in flesh, but cursed techniques that have already been applied to the domain are another story. Okay, so you can't use innate techniques which are engraved in the flesh. So anything that, well, the techniques that I guess he was born with or he has, he can't use, but curse techniques that have already been applied to the domain are another story. So what would that mean, though? And who's talking right now? Is that Sukuna or fucking Gojo, bro? Okay, anyway, let me just focus on the fight. Gojo throws a punch, Sukuna dodges it. Sukuna throws a punch, Gojo dodges it. Sukuna throws another right punch, Gojo dodges it. Gojo says, huh? Sukuna can't miss attacks. Or Sukuna's can't miss attacks is turned off inside my domain. Unlimited Void affects everything but Gojo himself. Oh. Okay, hold up. Wait. Okay, hold up. So they're fighting inside the domain. Seriously. Sukuna can amplify with the domain open. He can amplify with the domain open. Meaning his and Sukuna's? Is he used to this? His output's ramping up during amplification. Red, I need some help. Rev, I need some help, bro. I need some help. When you're using domain amplification on your own body, would that work like a simple domain or fallen blossom destruction, where you just kind of cancel out the effects of a domain? Because Infinite Void seems to be up. So how is Sukuna not affected right now? And then we get to this part where his back is against him and they're touching. And then we get Kenjaku saying, and anything touching him. So Unlimited Void affects everything but Gojo himself and anything touching him. Cool. I've already experienced it. In order to destroy Gojo's domain from the outside, Sukuna focused his effective range compared to Shibuya, therefore boosting its power. Cool. The binding valve for negating malevolent shrines can't miss it. Oh, okay, hold up. The binding valve for negating malevolent shrines can't miss command inside Gojo's domain. Further increased power outside the domain. Ah, okay. So he took off his sure can't hit effect for extra power outside of Gojo's domain. And Sukuna survived Unlimited Void by touching Gojo. Okay. I got it. I'm good. That was kind of convoluted, though. Sukuna is a fucking genius. So at the drop of a dime, he made his curse techniques sure hit effect disabled or ineffective. He took that off for greater power outside of Gojo's domain. Used that greater power to destroy Gojo's domain from the outside, and was touching / making contact with Gojo on the inside, so Infinite Void would not affect him. That's fire. Satoru Gojo's domain crumbled. Need another do-over? Bam. What? Sukuna must have changed domain conditions too. Hey, I'm up next if he dies. Don't interfere. Shallow cuts. I learned it as a kid, but stopped using it after mastering a domain. Not bad, huh? That's falling blossom emotion. I said destruction. What's that? Don't know. No idea. Beats me. How come only Atsuya knows this stuff? It's an anti-domain technique known only to the big three families. Then why do you know it? It's a cursed energy control program for automatically repelling anyone who touches it. There isn't much point against a complicated curse technique effect like Unlimited Void. But it's quite useful against a simple curse technique like Sukuna Slashes. And unlike simple domain, it doesn't get script away, but it can't withstand domain output without some injury. Which should be enough. Gojo can heal while burning out. He just needs time. Really? Domain. Gojo has used 3 domain expansions in like less than 20 minutes. Domain expansion. Again? No, this time it's going to be huge. Is he trying to use a barrier to swallow Sukuna's entire effective range? Again, how is he changing conditions? But isn't this a bad move? Broadening the barrier's range will reduce its quality. What's the point of being invincible from the outside if he loses inside? We see it crack. Didn't it work? Wait, the barrier is super tiny. Ah, making it that tiny actually probably increased its durability a hell of a lot more. That's funny. All right, where we at? Shinigami would have loved that if it was Baronemic. Right, I already read that. The fuck you rapping about, Red? Jacob's ladder is a poor man's ass. Railing down was hilarious. I'm just saying, it's not intuitive or obvious. Trip throwing me to the fire. It be your own man. He's still trash in Mortal Kombat, though. Hey, yo. You should finish reading my last comment in full. Do you mean me, Michael? Let me go back. What did you say? Nah, it took me 1 minute 55 seconds to cover 200 meters at my fastest. There's no shame in Gojo taking long. Wait, that was while I was swimming. Oh. Okay. Okay, I got you, Michael. Okay. Yeah. Okay. Completely understandable. Full disclosure, if I was swimming and I had to swim 200 meters, it would take me over 5 minutes. So completely understandable. Gotcha. Thank you for that. That was funny as shit. Man, you need to get yourself a blanket or something with your bipolar body temperature abstract. I do, bro. And I'm honestly getting cold again. So I need my jacket. Hey, Sabbath. GK, how you doing, bro? What's up? How's everyone? Pretty decent. I'm good. On the other hand, is getting on in years, so he's a bit grumpy. Red. Only grumpy one is your opponent in kind of fighters, when they just in the corner, all with no kickback. You can't use 2 domain barriers concurrently. However, because Sukuna doesn't need a domain barrier, he can use domain amplification, which does use up a domain barrier. Oh, wow. Hey, yo, Rev, you know your shit, Rev. What's good, Grid? How you doing, bro? What's up, man? But Gojo's infinite void can be negated if you touch him while inside. He learned this secret while watching from inside, usually when Gojo fought Jogo. It's like Gin grabbing Kyokusui Getsu, negating Kyokusui Getsu. Got you. Red, you can't even spam O when playing God of War, don't talk. Got you. Okay. Good explanation. Good explanation. And of course, Gojo knows Falling Blossom, emotion, or destruction. I like destruction better. Sounds cooler. That shit is good. Now, a tiny barrier. Theoretically, that should make it stronger, but that thing's smaller than a basketball. Wait, that's impossible. Yes, you keep saying that. Why? A barrier's external appearance and size never match what's inside. That's true. That's what I believe, at least. When you're enclosed in a domain, escape is rarely an option because you can't determine the boundary. Even if you could, barriers aren't strong against pressure from the inside. But there are limits, meathead. Well, since my teacher's an idiot, I can't help it. A concrete image is crucial to barrier techniques. Normally, it would be impossible to imagine shutting yourself and your opponent in a barrier where the exterior volume looks too small for one person. But Prison Realm, yeah, that might explain it. Gojo is making use of his experience sealed in the Prison Realm. What an awful learning experience. That's dope. That's fire. I'm getting a newfound respect. Oh, I'm sorry, not even newfound. Well, no, it would be newfound because I already respected both Gojo and Sukuna for who they are. But I'm getting a newfound respect for the level of ingenuity, creativity, and just overall battle IQ that they are both displaying right now. Gojo has been inside the prison realm, something that is so goddamn small it can't fit a human being inside of it, like, you know, naturally. You would be way too big. But since he's been on it, and since barriers work off of imagination or visualization, it's giving him an edge in creating his barrier to the same specifications. That's fucking fire. But why change the domain conditions every time? You keep asking that. Why? It takes time for every sorcerer to eventually hit on the precise blend of external and internal conditions, volume and constant construction speed for barriers, especially domain barriers. Really? Higuruma and Hikari, you guys are different. Because your domains come by default with your curse techniques. Anyway, the conditions aren't something you ordinarily adjust every time. You're special, kin. So is he saying Hikari doesn't? Or no. He says the conditions aren't something you ordinarily adjust every time. So does Hikari adjust his conditions every time then? Because your domains come by default with your curse techniques. That's so okay. That's kind of strange to me. Whatever. Did he adjust from large to small because of the high difficulty? He may have also wanted to use the large barrier to enclose malevolent shrines' effective range. Okay. In any case, it appears to be holding. I'm guessing it's getting slashed. What was that? Sukuna decreased domain range to raise curse technique output. If this barrier breaks, they're in a deadlock, but Gojo's position will gradually weaken until he loses. Okay, Sukuna did his malevolent shrine again, of course. Sensei. Huh? Malevolent shrine, right. Sukuna did get fucked up. He did get fucked up. Whoa, Gojo. Two things happened simultaneously. Sukuna destroyed Gojo's domain from the outside again, and Gojo damaged Sukuna enough that he couldn't maintain his domain. Wow. Time, huh? How long did Gojo's barrier last? No one timed it. Well, you didn't either. Students should be on top of that stuff. That's true. 3 minutes, 9 seconds. Exactly 3 minutes after the barrier shrunk. Way to go, sis. Since their domains are down, neither can use curse techniques for a time. But Gojo can heal a burned out curse technique with reverse curse technique, so he'll act first. Sukuna can use reverse curse technique too. Well, so can I. Like I said though, I can't recover a burnt out curse technique. Yes, but Gojo already showed it to Sukuna, which means Sukuna used Kenjaku to turn his soul into a cursed object and divide it among 20 fingers. And that single occasion was enough for him to learn how to become a cursed object. Which means that Sukuna can also probably repair a burnt out curse technique with reverse curse technique. Like I said, bro. Like I said. Kind of cheapens it, but it's cool. I don't mind because this fight is dope so far. This fight is dope so far. I'm liking it. So I don't mind. I will give Gojo and Sukuna some grace for this BS that is recovering your for recovering your curse energy, curse technique, utilization, output, whatever you want to say. Gojo versus Kakashi in Battle IQ. Gojo easily. Gojo easily. Gojo has better tools to work with than Kakashi. No, I think Kakashi has better tools. Kakashi has clones. He has the dogs to help him. He has substitution to help him. He has illusions to help him gather information. So far, Gojo has just shown a higher level of battle IQ and instincts and adaptability. So far. Not really. He is just better at using the tools he has. I agree. Ab-Stract, whose moveset is better, Kakashi or Gojo's? Whose moveset? Whose moveset? If we're taking Kakashi at the end of the war, Kakashi has way more moves to pull from. But if I had to go with whose moveset is better, let's see. We're giving Kakashi both sets of Kamui. Well, are we giving Kakashi both sets of Kamui eyes and Susanoo and stuff? Like, when is this Kakashi? At the beginning of war, like single Sharingan, or end of the war? Because this is full power Gojo we're having here, so. But it's not really fair because Gojo has always been at his most powerful. He's just never fought at his highest because he's never needed to. So it's kind of unfair. But yeah, Ursa, I can answer that question. Just tell me which version of Kakashi we're taking. Copy ninja who knows hundreds of ninjutsu, always be on the edge of dying almost every fight. All he does is summon dogs and spam Raikiri and occasionally Kamui. Listen, in Kakashi's defense, most offensive jutsu just do the same shit in different flavors. Fair, but in Gojo's hands, they would be used more effectively in my opinion. Fourth Hokage used just 2 ninjutsu for the most of his life, and bro was on demon timing. True. Kakashi washing Gojo. Kakashi's washing Gojo? I don't believe that. How does he get past infinity? Minato wouldn't have been moving the way he does without his sealing jutsu arsenal. I don't know if sealing jutsu really made Minato the demon / dog that he is. I think Rev had it right on the nose. It was pretty much just Rasengan and Flying Raijin. He didn't really use Sage Mode that much. He didn't use it in this fight with Obito, certainly, or Raigage. Kakashi is said to be a prodigy, similar to Itachi Minato, but bro doesn't live up to those standards. Yeah, so like I think in Naruto, I think in Naruto, the standard for prodigy is very low. Mind you, they said Orochimaru was a prodigy, Minato was a prodigy, Gaara was said to be a prodigy from how fast he completed the Chunin exams. Neji was said to be a prodigy. Rock Lee was said to be a genius by Kakashi since he could use the 8 gates. You could consider Naruto a prodigy for mastering the Rasengan, even though he's like stupid. You can consider Naruto a prodigy. Who else, bro? Madara, you could consider a prodigy. Hashirama, you can consider a prodigy. Yes, you can consider both of them prodigies. Like, I think the bar is just too low for the prodigies. I really think, like, Sasuke was considered a prodigy. Don't know why. Sasuke was not that crazy. Shisui was probably considered a prodigy as well. Kakashi got a lot of moves. Kind of, bro. Going to bounce early. Going to see how tall Marineford is. Night, folks. Take it easy, Michael. Like I said, he used his ninjutsu more effectively. Kakashi is still alive, though. Both those guys died, lol. And I mean, Hokage Kakashi doesn't even have his Sharingan, Ursa. All Hokage Kakashi has is his purple lightning in every extension jutsu of purple lightning. And Mud Wall. He is Mud Wall, purple lightning. What else? He is Mud Wall, purple lightning. What else? I'm giving it to Gojo, hands down, if you're just talking about Hokage Kakashi. Honestly, I always felt like Naruto spammed prodigies too much. Yeah, they did. Like, it got lazy. And I have a lot of geniuses in my story. Yeah, they did. Sasuke was ridiculously balanced as a genin. That's why he was a prodigy. Yeah, but he was like... So... Like, what's it based off of? Being able to do things or being strong? I would think it's based off being stronger at a young age. That's what I would think it was based off of. Ab-Stract, don't talk too much on Prodigy that I finished cooking. Ab-Stract, done talk so much on Prodigy that I finished cooking my dinner. LOL, that's crazy. Fine, I'll get back to reading. Kai, it's too cold in here. I'm cold. It's cold. It's cold in here. When it's cold outside, I got the month of May. Well, I guess you say, what can make me feel this way? Gojo, Sukuna, Ichigo, Yahiko, Madara, Yuhaba ha 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 ha. Alright. So, Gojo's domain was destroyed. Sukuna's domain broke because he took too much damage from Gojo. Nice. Okay. We have 2 Sukunas in the same panel. Okay. Sukuna jumps up over here. Gojo's like doing something freaky. I have no idea what's going on here, but it's okay. It's probably not that important. I don't see Gojo at all in this panel. They land, rocks come flying at him, or debris comes flying at him. Gojo with a... I'm guessing this is a... What type of impact is this? From what? A punch or a kick? Hard to tell. Swoosh. Why? Sukuna is only activating curse techniques granted by the domain. And when the domain's internal and external conditions were reversed, thereby decreasing resistance to pressure from the inside, he took a risky move rather than trying to break the barrier from the inside. While our can't miss commands offset each other inside the domain, Sukuna has no means of attack other than amplification for defeating my limitless curse technique. That gives me a big advantage. Excuse me. Inside the domain, he also can't use an architectural structure to attack like before. I proceeded as if I had the advantage during the 3 minutes until the domain got destroyed from the outside. So why isn't Sukuna trying to use 10 Shadows technique, specifically Mahoraga, inside the domain? Could it be that Sukuna remembers my conversation with Megumi and knows I know about Mahoraga? Is he afraid I'll waste it with a single move? Click. Drip. Gojo's bleeding. Why is our glorious king bleeding? Could the Jujutsu world stop Mirror-Web? Could the Sukuna suppression team stop the Royal Guards? What do y'all think about that? Could the Sukuna suppression team, that being everyone who fights Sukuna after Gojo dies, do you think all of them could stop the Royal Guards? A bloody nose. Domain expansion. The same time again. Which means Sukuna can also repair a burnt out curse technique with reverse curse technique. Could he from the start, or did he learn it? How many times have we said curse technique today? During the 3 minutes until Sukuna destroys the outer shell of Gojo's domain from the inside, Gojo has to hurt Sukuna enough that Sukuna can't maintain his domain. Don't sound so pessimistic. Gojo can immobilize Sukuna by bathing him in an unlimited void for just a few seconds. If he can destroy Malevolent Shrine in 3 minutes or less, Gojo wins. He is hammering that boy. Bam, 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 bam. Fop, 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 fop. This is dope. This is going to be so fire when it's animated. Gives a block. Gojo looks so excited. Sukuna looks so happy. They destroy the domain. Both of them come back out again. The same time again. 3 minutes and 11 seconds. Sukuna's face is fucked up with a nail biter. Yeah, but this means that Gojo's the stronger fighter inside the domain, right? He can win this. Damn. Nice. Gojo punches him back. Domain expansion. Domain expansion. Hey, just now, what happened? Yeah. Maybe, but I think Gojo Sensei's domain was slightly faster. Curse technique repair lags depending on the degree of physical healing. The difference was less than 0.01 seconds. But unlimited void hit. Ooh. Why didn't he take off his head? Why didn't he take off his head? Gojo wanted to lose this fight. He wanted to lose this fight. I'm convinced. Why didn't he take off his head? What did Thanos say? You should have aimed for the head. Come on, man. He wanted to lose this fight. Who is calling me? Alright. Oh yeah, Kimimaru and Haku are prodigies too. Yeah. Naruto got way too many fucking prodigies. Not everyone's a prodigy. Alright. Sasuke was ridiculously balanced. Oh yeah, I already read that. Guys, Tenten was a prodigy. I swear to God, Tenten better not have been no goddamn prodigy. They don't know what the word means if they let Tenten be a prodigy. Tsunade took one look at Sasuke's growth between part 1 and part 2 and said he was being drugged up and amped by forbidden jutsu. His talent is legitimately just that different in universe. Did she say that? Well, then again, that's not really inaccurate. The curse mark, that's not really inaccurate. He was definitely being, amped. Rev says prodigy in terms of weapon mastery. I don't know if you can be a prodigy in that. I don't know if you can be I think she was, weapon specialist maybe. Weapon mastery? I don't know. Like, do we believe Tenten could do Shuriken Jutsu better than Itachi? I don't think so. Who is calling me? And what do they want? Give me a second, y'all. Hello?
Hello, Dylan Mitchell. This is the Venmo fraud hotline. We are sending this automated call because someone is trying to change the password for your Venmo account. If it's not you, please press 1.
Bitch, I don't even got a Venmo. I don't know why this is happening. Calling me about some Venmo. I don't even got a Venmo. These scammers, man, where they come from? Tsunade was a prodigy in a 106 thing. LOL. Prodigy in terms of weapons. Kimimaru is a prodigy too, and Haku. Yes, correct. Too many, yeah. Kamui gets past infinity. Without it, Kakashi can still find a way. I don't think he can find any way without the Kamui. And he would have to perfectly snipe off Gojo's head before Gojo teleported, or before he shot a blue at his fucking chest. Or why wouldn't, so while he's being Kamui, why wouldn't Gojo just use red to pull him so close in that he can't see him that well, or just push him back? There's so many ways to get around Kamui, bro. Somehow, the Leaf has access to Prodigy drinking water. They must, alright? Prodigy and Naruto are always setting and context dependent. Like Sasuke's Prodigy in a clash with Naruto. Well, no. You'd be a Prodigy based on you just being a Prodigy. It shouldn't be dependent upon anything except what, your peers and the higher ups of your generation call you. It shouldn't really be dependent on anything but that. Then, being the strongest village in the world, it had to be narratively justified somehow. I guess. Kakashi can't see Gojo's infinity, so it's not blocking his vision. Yeah, no, the infinity wouldn't block his vision. Nobody sees infinity in JJK. It doesn't depend on sight. Why is that even relevant? I agree. I think if you do stat relatively like I do, they have a strong chance of beating the Royal Guards. There's quite a few good fan animations of this fight. Gojo wanted to save Megumi. Oh, okay. So Gojo won the fight then. So Gojo was holding back. Gojo is stronger than Sukuna. This Sukuna. Gojo was holding back. Gojo was holding back. They're enjoying the fight too much. I'd believe that too. Ab-Stract, he didn't take off his head because he wanted to save Megumi. Emo ass. Ronin, he's getting at the Kamui win condition. Hey, there won't be any disrespect for our Lord and Savior Tenten. I don't accept that condition. It's based on false equivalency. Do not redeem it. You don't think Kamui can bend through infinity? Well, no. I'll give so I think Kamui could probably bypass Infinity because it's not something that requires space. I'm sorry. Kamui doesn't travel. It's not something that requires, speed or anything like that. Once again, like Yami's Gunzui, it just requires you be within Kakashi's effective range as far as like, cool, if I'm here and my attack, I can see you, then it can hit. I believe Kamui is an option. I just don't believe it would work in a fight. Like, why didn't Kakashi, Kamui, anyone else's head during a fight? Like, bro. If you don't use it in your own verse, why then should we expect it to work in a cross-verse battle? Why are we doing this? Why isn't space manipulation enough to counter Gojo's rather simple division of space? Tomo no Omi no ni Kazumi. What's good, Mugetsu? Mugen no Yami o Hikari ni Kawa wo. Tenju Tenji Ichiki Toshin Jo Jinga Koden Lagoon. That sounded fire. Sadly, so is Sukuna, LOL. Of course, he's stronger. Why stay in Clash Domains when he could at any point teleport away into the sky and spam hollow purples? Sukuna can't fly. Prodigy is always context dependent. I don't see, how is it context dependent? Like, what's the context of Neji being so like, and are we taking genius and prodigy to mean the same thing? Because I was taking like that. Like, they call Neji a genius because, he figured out rotation by himself. He's the most gifted of the Hyuga. What's the difference between him and a like Gaara, someone who completed the tuning exams in the record time, or him and Minato? How's it context dependent? Because the JJK power system needs a lot of math and physics to properly utilize the system, JJK characters just have insane battle IQ if their technique is even remotely complex. I agree with that. It only appears to be instant because there's nothing blocking the flow of chakra towards a target. I don't think that's what's happening with Kamui, though. Yes, chakra travels. I can agree to that. I don't believe that's happening with Kamui, though. I do believe it does require a line of sight to hone on and focus things, but I don't think he's like shooting the Kamui at you. DMS Kakashi can do it, but no regular one-shotting on Kakashi. Alright, so Gojo puts his hand in Sukuna's heart. Inside Satoru Gojo's domain in the 2 minutes and 44 seconds since the last domain expansion. Malevolent Shrine collapses. Unlimited Void. I ain't done yet. I still want to crush his heart, lungs, and liver so he's closer to death than Yuji was at the juvenile detention center. With this treasure, I summon 8-handled sword, Divergent Sylvadine General Mahoraga. Mahoraga at this time, I'll have to destroy it with one attack before he can adapt to Unlimited Void. Curse technique reversal. Oh, wow. Mahoraga instantly goes for the domain. What? He's already adapted to Unlimited Void? That's fucking crazy. He was in it for like a second. Hold up. I'm calling bullshit. No. Gojo was written to lose this fight. Figuratively and metaphorically speaking. And actually speaking. He was written to lose this fight. How do you summon Mahoraga inside the domain without Mahoraga being subject to the domain's attack? The minute he was summoned, the sure hit effect should have hit him as well, and he should have been stunned. That's bullshit. I have no idea how he adapted to Unlimited Void. Makes no sense. I don't like it. So that's Mahoraga, the Zenin secret weapon. It's a Shikigami that can adapt to various attacks. Has it adapted to Unlimited Void? Okay. The crows are watching. Mahoraga's there. Gojo's there. Nice, nice, nice. Satoru Gojo knows Mahoraga's moves. In the fight against Uryu, Sukuna himself bore Mahoraga's adaptation and thereby saw through construction. The can't miss commands that negated each other across 5 domain expansions covered everything inside the domain for Gojo, and everything except himself inside the domain for Sukuna, but didn't cover can't miss attacks with regard to him. Oh. He took the hit from Unlimited Void 5 times and bore the burden of adaptation. And what? Wait, what? And what he adapted to was Unlimited Void in 0.01 seconds a moment ago. Impossible. Regardless of the wheels turning, Mahoraga manifested after that. That's bullshit. Did Sukuna bear the burden of adaptation? No. What did that was Megumi Soul. That's bullshit, bro. That is bullshit. Losing points. I don't like this. Not a fan. He was written to lose. Don't like it. Gojo's better. I don't like this fight. I don't like this at all. How do y'all feel about this? Before we move on, how do y'all feel about Megumi's soul bearing the adaptation will so that when Mahoraga is summoned, he can immediately adapt to Infinite Void? How do y'all feel about this? I need to know. Alright. In Naruto, everyone is a prodigy except Lee and Naruto. See, but no, because Kakashi called Lee a genius too. And I believe genius is synonymous with prodigy, if you want to be honest. I believe Kami spawns a wormhole onto whatever target Kakashi is looking at. It's like triggering a lighter from far away, which implies that Uro's spatial dimension gets outdone by Gojo's infinity. Uro. I don't know Uro. Rev says Grid gets it. Space-time ninjutsu exists. Chakra can rip holes in space. Chakra can do a lot of things. Oh yeah, that's obvious. By the way, Gojo has unlimited curse energy. He didn't lose curse energy really at all. No, Mahoraga was adapting to it the whole time while inside of Sukuna. That's bullshit. I don't like that. He simulates infinite sets of space/distance. Simply having space-time manipulation is not enough. I'd like to remind everyone in Team God's introduction, Kakashi's inner dialogue said he thinks the whole team is prodigies, meaning in Kakashi's eyes, Tenten is a prodigy. That's disgusting. He did say that, didn't he? I forgot about that. Well, they show Mahoraga's crown wheel turning a chapter or so ago prior, so he was adapting over time just outside of ranges. See, I saw that and I didn't know what it was, but I took special note of it inside my head. I did not think that's the route they were going to go. I thought that was just Sukuna thinking like, oh, I'm going to be using this soon. I guess he was using it behind our fucking backs because we didn't see this coming. I don't like that. That's not cool. Sukuna was using Megumi to take the burden of it. Oh, yeah, that's bullshit. That's an asshole. I don't like it. Now, I mean, listen. Do what you want, Gege. Not a fan of that. Isn't Tenten stated to master any weapon she picks up? She also instantly masters 6 past tools during the war arc, if I remember correctly. Her being a prodigy of weapons mastery seems pretty logical. I don't know how she could master a fan that all you have to do is swing. I don't know if you can master that, Grid. If Tenten wants to impress me, become the wielder of the 7 ninja swordsman's swords and master all of those. And like do feats with them. That'll impress me. If Tenten wants to impress me, she'll see Killer Bee's fighting style like one time and imitate it. That's what she'll do to impress me. If Tenten wants to impress me, she'll take Asuma's chakra blades and imitate his fighting style. Because mind you, she's a weapons master. These are all weapons, which means they have styles, which means she should be able to see, replicate, and copy these things just based off of them being weapons and her being a weapons specialist / master. Prodigy. Genius. So, yeah. It's a paradox for a reason. I think it's difficult to ease. Not gonna lie, it is a bit cheap. It's cheap as shit. I always perceived it as a kick. If space manipulation was enough, Sukuna wouldn't go through so many hoops to get Mahoraga when Uryu exists. I think it's fine. Bullshit, but it's fine. Most Yu-Gi-Oh! Style battle games are like this. Ass pools are common. It's because we don't know their move sets at first. I would have liked this better. I would have enjoyed this better if Sukuna simply summoned Mahoraga one time while he was fighting Gojo in the domain and then expelled him, so he could be exposed to Limitless Void, but not actually do anything. Then I'd even buy that. But Megumi's soul was the one bearing the burden of the adaptation. I do not like that, bro. Where was I? Yeah, granted, if Gege actually put more time in explaining curse techniques in multiple different ways to show how creative and in depth it could go, this would have been better. Yeah, I heavily disliked that first reading it. If Megumi's soul is effectively shelved, he shouldn't be subject to the effect of Unlimited Void. Yeah. I think it depends on whether or not the ants eating humans classifies as murder or not. Oh, for if Higuruma were to fight... Oh, you're right. I think it would, because I think a curse would be further away from a human than a chimera ant, which has human aspects in it. So they would definitely be on trial for murder. The only thing I disliked about this arc was how characters just pull shit out of nowhere. Then afterwards, Gege gives us a flashback showing how they got that power up. Once is okay, but several times, got you. You're right, Mugetsu. Higuruma was the biggest win condition in my mind. And I don't think it would have worked on animals. Does it work on cursed spirits? Of course. Sukuna is a cursed spirit, or a cursed object. If the ants eating people is considered murder by judgment, I think they win. If it is considered the same as us slaughtering and eating animals, I don't think the Gojo suppression team wins. Wow, actually you're right, because they are a food source. They're like a legitimate food source. That actually puts a lot of nuance into it. That's a dope fucking video. Could Higuruma... Well, the video would be like... Could the Sukuna suppression team beat the Royal Guards, but then focus on could Higuruma and Judgment convict the ants? Because they have human aspects to them. They know what they're doing is technically wrong. They have a conscience, but at the same time, they are food. That's a good video. That's a good because that video will make me look up actual things about law and active reus and mens reus. So that's like. Active reus, if I remember correctly, is the actionable is the thoughts, like criminal thoughts. Active reus is the criminal action or intent. Mens reus is the criminal mind. So you're thinking and doing. That's what a crime consists of. Thinking something and doing something. Active reus, mens reus. So yeah, that'll get me back in my whole criminology bag. I don't know if you guys noticed, I was a criminology major before I dropped out of school. Don't do that, kids. Yeah, I was a criminology major before I dropped out of school. Learned a lot. It was fun, but it wasn't for me at the time. Probably still not for me right now. But yeah. The sentience of the ants makes it difficult to decide. Hey, Mugetsu is right here with me, bro. We on the same type of shit. I like that. The only thing I can think of that is Sukuna got his by Unlimited Void and then switched to Megumi to have him bear the brunt. But then Megumi should have had control at least for a little bit. Yeah, but at the same time, Megumi would have been hit by Unlimited Void and he wouldn't really be able to do anything. But then, Sukuna shouldn't have been able to switch out either, so I don't know. Ab-Stract, he was trying to win without killing Megumi's body. I got you. Takaba is a better win con than Higuruma. I don't even know what a Takaba is. He's not necessarily. He was dealing with the backshot king. My mother was a prodigy in switch fu. Write it down on the list. It's a good idea. It's a good idea. It's a good idea. Sukuna suppression team versus. Hold up. Alright, here we go. Sukuna suppression team versus Royal Guards. Specifically, Higuruma and Judgman versus Ants. Yeah, that'll be dope. That'll be a fun video. Come on. Red says, Gojo explained that infinity slows down whatever is targeting Gojo, not actual spaces. I know y'all are talking about ass pull power-ups, end of series. You got something you want to say, Red? Royal Guards genocide the people and overthrew a government. They would be judged. Yuji was judged for Sukuna's crimes. See, but the thing is, Yuji is a member of society. Yuji is a member of a functioning society. I'm going to have to see how Sukuna's plays out with Higuruma. Mind you, I know it happens, but I don't know how it happens. I haven't read that far. Similar in concept to how his cursed tools took the judgment of confiscation. Want to know something that low diffs infinity? Kisuke's Bankai. I have a whole video on all the Bleach things that low diff infinity. Orihime, Yami Realgo, Kisuke's Bankai, Shinsui's Bankai, Yuha Baha, Lloyd, Yamamoto's Bankai, Going Bankai probably that is. X-axis, death dealing, the balance, the fear. Who else? Badagon's ability. Pretty any Zanpakuto, since the Soul Splitter katana could cut through it. Yo. Adult Toshido. Senjumaru's Bankai. Alright. Alright. Cool. So the damn thing adapts to Unlimited Void because Megumi's soul. You look like you have something to say. Not really. I'm just glad you're fighting so hard. Not as hard as you. To be honest, I thought a curse technique effect like Unlimited Void, which only activates in a domain, would be difficult to handle. So I wanted to rid you of that move first. While not using amplification inside a domain, I used Ten Shadows technique to have Fushiguro shoulder adaptation. Makes no sense. As a result, I couldn't use curse techniques aside from what's given to the domain, but it was worth it. But I bet you only had him shoulder the process of adaptation and not the results. Sukuna, neither you nor Megumi's soul have adapted to Unlimited Void. If I open my domain again, you will have to bring out Mahoraga. My next attack will end this. You can't open your domain again. What the hell? Looks like I was right to be worried. By using reverse curse technique to repair a burnt out the innate domain, you push yourself too far. So, with Sukuna knowing this and Gojo not knowing this, the odds are Sukuna knew about repairing a burnt out technique before Gojo. This is experience talking. This isn't ego or pride. He's not saying you can't open your domain because he's being cocky. He literally knows you've already did this too many times and you're going to fuck your brain up. Curse techniques are engraved somewhere around the right prefrontal cortex. You are destroying your brain with cursed energy and healing it with reverse curse technique to reset a burnt out curse technique. No way, doing that even once would be too risky. The brain is like a black box system, especially when it comes to curse techniques. It isn't easy to heal. So he almost died 4 times, and if he just did it again, that makes 5. I thought Gojo was used to healing his brain, but if after effects are manifesting, then Sukuna is better off for having done it less. There are limits compared to flesh and bone. Even if you open a domain, you'll either die or you won't have the precision to combat me. Should have just took off his head, dummy. Next time I'll close the domain with a barrier. You'll have nowhere to run. Then I'll dice you up and adapt to infinity as well. Goodbye, strongest sorcerer. Turns out you were lucky to be born in an era when I wasn't around. Crazy. Crazy. That's why you're so mediocre. Crazy. Domain expansion. No. What? Oh, man. The amount of time that Unlimited Void struck Sukuna totaled less than 10 seconds. Nonetheless, just like Gojo, he took enough damage to his brain that opening a domain was impossible. These two are clowns. Ha ha ha. Seems like it had an effect. My students are watching. That's funny as fuck. I like this fight. I don't like this fight, but I like this fight. I don't like this fight, but I'm liking this fight. Yeah, but y'all not saying anything, so I'm letting it slide. I'm getting grumpy again. Basically, Gran Rey Sedos. Yes, true. Is the old ass dude from Sakamoto Days a prodigy of Japanese sauce? He would be, actually, yeah. Question, if we were to equalize power systems, wouldn't the Chakra vision of the Sharingan make Infinity look very weird to Kakashi? It would probably just look like a consistent flow of chakra around Gojo to Kakashi. Ab-Stract, Mahoraga shares experience with the Ten Shadows host body. Then what's the fucking point of... I don't like that, man. I don't like it. Fine. It can be a fact of the ability. I don't like it, though. I don't like it. I don't like it. With, like, if you give Sukuna Mahoraga and he can adapt without him being on the actual field, he can probably beat Meruem, given enough fucking time. He probably could. Then again, Meruem massively outscale, so it's probably, like, not likely, but yeah. I use Ten Shadows technique to have Fushigoro's shoulder adaptation. Talking like Megumi Soul is a damn Shikigami. Come on, bro, right? Mahoraga shares experience with Ten Shadows host body. Yes. It makes sense in the context of the power system. It's just difficult to follow if you're not too versed in the system. The problem is that most of this fight is Gojo and Sukuna breaking the system. Yeah. Lobotomy Kaisen strikes again. Gojo has never been inside... What? Ayo Mugetsu, chill, bro. That sounds wild. Gojo has never been inside a teenager. Something you want to tell us, sir? Gojo has never been inside a teenager. Sukuna has been inside 2 teenagers. Somebody call Chris Hansen. That's hilarious. Ab-Stract, this was experience talking, not ego. 5 seconds later, Ab-Stract, no. Hey, yo, facts. I'm liking this fight, man. I think it makes sense, but it's total bullshit. Mahoraga is a Yu-Gi-Oh card that works even when not on the field. Yes, that makes sense. JJK too complex. Y'all not ready for true complex business. I don't know about all that. Wait till Ab-Stract gets to the binding vows. He'll have a what? A conniption? I don't know what that is. Mugetsu got a weird fantasy song called Kendrick. You're right. Like shit. But okay. This man took one too many hits to the head of Infinite Void, and now he's also bleeding profusely from his face. And Gojo students are watching him bleed profusely from his face. Gojo dashes at Sukuna, punches him in the face, ultimate strength, and the solitude it brings. I'm the one who will teach you about love. Interesting. That's funny. Who here is taking a serious punch from Gojo? No. I did try to punch him, but didn't land a hit. Not sure if it counts as serious, but he once applied limitless curse technique to striking me. Same here. At the moment of contact, he uses Azure to boost fists reinforced with curse energy. So he uses blue, which is the repulsion, already on top of curse energy. In addition to boosting power, it feels like receiving a counter punch, even though he's punching like normal. It's the worst. That's crazy. Does it hurt? I barfed. Vomited. Nanami said it too. If you continue being a sorcerer, don't compare yourself to Gojo. Powerful strikes that would be difficult for me to pull off are like... Nanami was like very, very... Nanami was cool, but like, no disrespect to the GOAT. Love Nanami, but he wasn't like crazy. One of my favorite voice actors voiced Nanami. Wait, blue is the attractive force? I thought blue was the push away force. I thought, doesn't blue push people away? So, okay, if he's using blue to pull people in while he's punching, that's fucking crazy. What does blue do? The primary limitations of Satoru Gojo's blue technique from Jujutsu Kaisen are its high curse energy consumption. Alright, didn't tell me anything about what blue did. Blue, a part of limitless technique, is a powerful... Oh, blue is the attraction ability that draws matter to a single point. Okay. Gotcha. Nice Ursa. Cool. So, blue is the one... So, he's pulling you in and punching with with curse energy reinforcement at the same time. That's crazy. That's crazy. Mugetsu got a weird fantasy. Someone called Kendrick. Right, I read that, yeah. Man, that binding vow part was something else. Alright, no, where was I? Am I wrong, though? Both of Sukuna's host bodies are teenagers. No, that's hilarious. JJK is more convoluted than complex. That could be, yeah, that could be argued, yeah. Man not biting it apart was something else. Yeah, someone called that hater conjectured this Mugetsu in his camp. Low key though, Master Tengen is 1,000 years old, did he? Yeah, he is. He been inside a lot of young girls and boys. Pause. Y'all do know Diddy wasn't on trial for messing with teens, right? Yeah, no, he was in trial for having them free calls. Man, Chill to Pimp a Butterfly is a top 5 album. Dude thinks calling them star plasma vessels changes the fact that he body snatching 15-year-olds. Yes, blue is the attractive force versus repulsive. Yes, thank you for that, sir. Gotta be on trial before we can accuse his ass. Felt almost as rigged as OJ and Casey Anthony's. It was for Rico. Basically, they were trying to pin him as an organized crime boss with things like trafficking, kidnapping, and such. Right. Things. He uses blue to push himself at high speed as well. I think you mean pull. Ronin, he wasn't on trial for teens, period. I didn't say he wasn't sleeping with teenagers. A lot of rappers do it. Everyone knows it. Jay-Z groomed Beyonce, but people ignored that. So why did you bring up Diddy not being on trial? LOL, we agree. Cool, so Gojo's punches really hurt. In other words, I have no idea what Gojo is going to do next. So he asked that. So he's just yapping. Gojo punched the shit out of Sukuna, though. And is grabbing him and just manhandling Sukuna. Running him through glass and debris like Ukiyoda did to Ichigo. And then Gojo does a Shibaku Tensei, which Sukuna promptly breaks out of. Gojo goes for a kick. Sukuna ducks or dodges. Gojo goes for a stomp while he's on the ground. Sukuna does a backflip to get out of that. Sukuna does a drop kick, axe kick. But Gojo has made clones behind him somehow. What? Is he making clones or is he using Shunpo? What's he doing here? This one. Gah. Sukuna guesses correctly. Punches Gojo away. Gojo looks to be like a street lamp. Okay, yep. This is a dope fight. Fyohal's incantation of the 10 sacred treasures manifests Mahoraga in a perfectly harmonious cycle. After an attack hits Mahoraga, their will turns and he adapts. The wheel's turning. Has he adapted? When he touches me with amplification, Mahoraga's will blackens. That must mean interrupted adaptation. Maybe he can't use a domain, but he can amplify because his damaged brain was focused on the part pertaining to barrier techniques. He doesn't want me to adapt, so he isn't using any curse technique other than lapse. I guess that makes sense. Sukuna jumps up, throws the stop sign at Gojo. He isn't bringing out Mahoraga. That means he finished adapting to Unlimited Void on the 5th time. So does Gojo's Limitless give rise to a technique that requires the will to turn multiple times? It's possible. At this point, doing the impossible is normal for those two. Yeah. Have you noticed? It's 4 times total, right? Only 3 left. That's the number of times the will turns until Mahoraga adapts to my inviolability. That's a weird way to describe himself. 3 times left. A countdown, huh? Until you lose that smirk? We both tend to smirk. That's funny. And I don't need that much time to kill you. Has he forgotten that Megumi's body? No, I don't think. Okay. That's okay. Go on and forget. Kashimo. That's the second spin. 2 more and Sukuna will adapt to Gojo's inviolability. Act more concerned, Gojo. So Gojo does a pull in, it looks like. And another punch, it looks like. Claps his hands together. Are those hollow purples he's making? No, probably not. Throws a kick. He blocks, or he grabs the kick, throws his elbow. Looks like he blocks it with his hand. Gojo is tearing Sukuna's ass up right now. Kicks him. Looks like the wheel's turning again. The third spin. Only one to go. Is time what's necessary for adapting or experience? Oh, I see. Does he adapt by taking time to analyze an attack after getting hit once? Adaptation, time, experience, hit. Or does he adapt after getting hit by the same attack multiple times? Adaptation, hit, hit. Or hit, adaptation. Hit, time, experience, adaptation. Okay. That means the reason Gojo isn't using curse techniques besides laps is, which is it? All we can say is both are possible. Alright, he is bullying Sukuna. Now I gotta pile it on. Then he'll think I'm only going to use Asher. The timing will stop him from adapting to this. Curse technique reversal. Red. And he blasts them back. He focused amplification to minimize the damage. Even if he amplifies to negate a low output and neutral limitless curse technique, he can't fully negate Azure in reverse red. Did Sukuna outmaneuver him? Sukuna's going to adapt. You're sloppy. Are you panicking because I saw through you? Actually, red hasn't exploded yet. Holy shit. So, red pushes away, but he got it around him somehow, or through him, and it's coming back, hitting him in the back from behind. I see the structure of the building. He had red swing around through it before striking. Yeah, no, there's not a goddamn thing Kakashi can do with Gojo when it comes to battle IQ. Not a thing. I don't know how you could read this and even come to that conclusion. No, there's not a thing Kakashi. There's not a thing most Naruto characters could do to him when it comes to battle IQ. Most. That's crazy. So, Sukuna should be losing this fight, but it's okay. Why not? Gojo gets a full power punch off of him. I'm seeing black sparks, so this looks like a black flash, unless that's blood from Sukuna. There we go. Black flash. Black flash. Black flash. Black flash. So he gets a black flash, which puts Gojo in the zone. Mahoraga comes from the ground. No way. Sensei. Gojo blocks. He's smiling. He's excited. And now he's fighting Mahoraga. It's not over yet. Sukuna adapting to Sensei's inviolability just made them even. But when it comes to wounds, Sensei's is fast that... No, his healing is slowing down. Being able to fire red doesn't mean he can't use reverse curse technique, but his output is plummeting. Sorry, that's also true for Sukuna, whose brain has suffered damage. Even though the opponent was the king of curses, said to be the strongest in history, a thought nobody considered possible began to spread. Satoru Gojo could lose. Gojo himself, when was the last time was aware of that prospect? I don't know why it's worded like that. Obvious answer. Yet along with the signs of defeat came an undeniable feeling of satisfaction. Being the strongest sorcerer came with a sense of isolation. So the source of his present sense of fulfillment was battle. Phase, Parmita, Pillar of Light, that cursed chant. He's trying to recover lost output. Curse technique reversal. Turns into a shadow, I think. Still hurting from Black Flash. Well, time for you to come out of hiding. So he's about to shoot him. He releases all the rabbits out of his shadow. Sukuna runs. He launches red. Sukuna runs away. We see Sukuna. Mahoraga is right behind him, or right behind Gojo. Mahoraga has adapted to my inviolability, so it's on the offensive. Sukuna doesn't want me to destroy it, so he's on the defensive. And he's trying to make an opening so Mahoraga can attack. He threw a fire extinguisher at him. That gesture, no way. Piercing blood. How can he do piercing blood? How? Okay, he can do piercing blood. Let's figure this out. So he blocks Mahoraga. Piercing blood comes at him. Mahoraga swipes. Gojo jumps back. Instead of merely providing support, Sukuna will also attack when Mahoraga negates my inviolability. That means this is 2 against 1. And what's with casually deploying a Shikigami's power without manifesting the Shikigami itself? Moves like piercing blood, making use of max elephant requires skill on my level. Is there a Shikigami that can do piercing blood? Why can he do piercing blood? Regardless of what comes with the domain, he can't use Malevolent Shrine and 10 Shadows at the same time. He may have been able to simultaneously draw on a Shikigami besides Mahoraga because he's adapted to my inviolability and has enough resources left over for a curse technique. That means adapting to reverse red will take time compared to the curse technique lapse. That's better for me than Mahoraga restricting my movements. Don't get the wrong idea. This isn't 2 against 1. Nue, totality. Merged beast Agito. That's fire. It's 3 against 1. Man, oh man. You look like a lost alien. Alien! Alien! It was mentioned. They foreshadowed aliens because Gojo said it. Oh, those are blues. Okay, cool. Thank you for that, guys. Oh, Kai's out. Take it easy, Kai. It's 4 a.m. chat. My sleep now. Hey, take it easy, Shinigami. All right, night. I'll take my time to respond to your new scene. You can tell Gege was throat goading Sukuna this whole fight, to be honest. Yeah, he wanted Sukuna. He needed Gojo to die, apparently. You're aware of when you'll be able to respond to the discourse. Those are blues. Gotcha. Infinite Void is the domain, but Infinity is the technique. JJK went through a couple different translators during its run, which they tried to stay consistent. Yeah, I don't know why he said inviolability instead of like unlimited void or limitless. Yeah, I read both TBC and official scans weekly to get the whole context right. That's what you should do. It's not piercing blood. It's water pressure from the elephant that's molded like piercing blood. Oh, Sukuna smart. Okay, thank you, Ursa. God, I would not have probably figured that out. Mr. Naruto getting confused by authors using more than one word. That doesn't mean we suddenly change the name of the technique. The name isn't changing. The application is. This is where it comes from. It all makes sense now. Every alien. Aliens! Aliens! I'm not out of here yet, Ab-Stract. Oh, okay, got you. Nice. Blue is an application of infinity. Red is an application of infinity. Purple is an application of infinity. Invulnerability is an application of infinity. I think you meant inviolability is what he calls it, I guess. Why are Naruto fans so easily confused when a character doesn't just spam the same technique the entire series? Gojo means foreigner in context. That's hilarious. By the way, CTE doesn't work on non-curse energy users. Only Sukuna can target with domains for CE users. Yes, that's true. That's true. What you say is true. But if I'm doing JJK versus Hunter x Hunter, I might allow it. Because for the most part, Hunter x Hunter characters always exist in a state of Ren and can use things like in and en. So yeah. You look like a lost alien. That's hilarious. So Mahoraga goes up first, goes with a swing. Nue is preparing something while Sukuna comes out of the shadow on Gojo and does another piercing water attack. Gojo goes for a punch. Sukuna does a backflip. Gojo dodges Mahoraga and Nue. Dodges Mahoraga and Nue. Goes the fire red. It's not having much effect, and not just because my output's low. I had only hit it with red once, and not even directly. So maybe Mahoraga's adaptation isn't all or nothing, but happens in gradations. That leaves one way to erase Mahoraga in a single blow. It takes time, and Sukuna is wary of it. That's why he keeps attacking instead of adapting to red. But there's no other choice. I'll have to finish this with unlimited hollow. All right. I think that is a good place to stop. Wow. I'm excited. I am excited. Cool. Let's take this time to stop that. And there's a video I wanted to watch. I think Shinigami sent me a video. If I remember correctly. Let me see. I think you sent me you said got some good videos for stream. Why Uryu versus Sasuke isn't even close. Debunked. Yeah, we're gonna watch that. Gege Akatama really doing Gojo dirty. 2 shots I had to make the nigga do a curry. My girl a bad bitch, I don't tell about a 30. She liked the way I do it. She called me Poppy with a perky. Bars. Let me stop. All right. Video time. Kai, it's getting cold in here, Kai. I mean, it's getting hot in here, Kai. Need the air on. God damn it. Excuse me. Okay. That was fun. I can't wait to finish that fight. I can't wait to JJK, man. And then after Gojo versus Sukuna, we're probably going to go back and reread the other fights. Like Yuta Soling, Sendai Connolly, Kashimo versus whatchamacallit, Higuruma versus Yuji, all that stuff. Okay. Okay, where we at? Blue is an application. All right, I read that. By the way, I already read that. What are your thoughts on Sakura versus Sukuna? I keep seeing this on TikTok. Sakura versus Sukuna? Well, I have Sakura just by virtue of the Naruto verse. Mind you, she is no feats. But I have Sakura just by being born in the Naruto verse. She's probably faster than Sukuna. Probably faster than him. But I'm not convinced that she could kill him or beat him. As a matter of fact, I'm not convinced that she could beat him. As long as Sukuna can react to her combat speed, he's winning. As long as Sukuna can react to her combat speed, he is winning. Unless unless Sakura's first order of business is punching his head clean off of his shoulders, he's winning the fight. So it depends on those two factors. Because Malevolent Shrine has a 200-meter radius. He is, at least this Sukuna, 200-meter radius. He has Mahoraga and his Shikigami. Sakura is not a smart fighter. She doesn't have any other tools than her fist and her healing. I don't care how good she heals. She'll literally waste all her time healing than actually being able to defeat him. But yeah, her best attribute in this will be speed. I don't see Sakura winning. Depends. You seem very comfortable. You seem very confused, says Karibo. You probably weren't a part of the JJK community when this fight came out. This is Hunter x Hunter versus JJK. Gojo is adult Killua. He's spanking Mini-Me. Gojo is adult Killua. He's spanking Mini-Me. That sounds interesting. I don't even know what that means. Nah, dead set Kai. I always go to the comments, and the explanation is Sakura can destroy a planet, or she's FTL. Well, neither one of those things are provably true. Provably true. You can definitely assert them. But no, neither one of those things are provably true. I was reading weekly since the start of the Zenin eradication. I read it in Japanese, though, so I don't keep up with the translations. Ab-Stract. I know chain jail only works on spiders if we equalize verses. What would happen if Kurapika used it on Gojo? Would chain jail force Zetsu stop infinity? Yeah, if we're using verse equalization and just assuming Kurapika can use chain jail on anybody he hits with it, it would stop all his cursed energy. It forces you in a state of Zetsu, and Zetsu is when you're suppressing your own curse or your own aura. Like shutting off your aura. If it forces you in a state, yeah, you're shutting off your own aura. So he wouldn't be able to use anything. But they wouldn't be able to get around to Gojo in the first place, but yeah. Anyone saying Sakura Haruno can destroy a planet has lost their God-given mind. Yeah. See, but like, there are genuine people out there, Kai, that do believe that crazy shit. I came up on Sakura hate, and I'm not going to lie, I've been so tempted to go back to my old ways. I've been so tempted. I was having a debate on TikTok the other night, and the prompt was, why don't you like Sakura? And y'all know me. I was having fun. I didn't mind. I was like, yeah, I don't like Sakura for these reasons. I feel she's overrated. I feel like Kashimo didn't do her character justice and all these other things. And, people were debating all this stuff. But yeah, like, no. You're out of your mind. But there are actually people who believe Sakura is more than planetary, solar system, star level, with Kaguya, with Naruto, and with Sasuke. You know, man, oh man, oh man. TikTok is a whole new world of stupid. Twitter's bad. No, Twitter's better than TikTok, but Twitter is better than TikTok. I'll say that. Wait, I know that Balafel dude. I got trolled by the whole server he was in. I had mods saying I lost to a fake Naruto scam from Boruto. I think Balafel is Mugetsu. Hold up. Is that you, Mugetsu? I can't see my messages. Yeah, it's either Mugetsu. Yeah, it should be Mugetsu. Oh no, is this JJ? Ah, yeah. No, yeah, Zach is Mugetsu. Yeah, that's hilarious. He said, I know that Balafel guy. That's hilarious. Yeah, yeah, Jason. I was in a single. You guys might have heard of it too. I was in a single Discord server. I think it was called like My Jutsu Academy or something like that. And I joined it as an experiment, just to see and observe what goes on in these power scaling servers, just to see. I was in there for like 2 months, just observing. Sometimes I would talk to people, tried to get some collabs going, but no one was really serious. And I seen the most egregious type of scaling I've ever seen. It was the most egregious type of scaling I ever seen. I said, "Oh yeah, no. If these are the type of conversations that we have to have, where we're not even talking about APDC and all this stuff, it just goes to realms outside of power scaling, I'm good. Y'all kids got it. I ain't doing all that shit. Y'all got it. I ain't doing all that." Where was the video? Was it on the other one? Okay, yeah. Swear I'm switching to Twitter for debates. Twitter's better than TikTok, bro. But not like, hey, Jason, go to my old videos where I'm literally breaking down Twitter conversations. See if that's something that you would like to deal with. They're fucking insane on Twitter too. Better than TikTok, but they're just as bad. Like, you know. Ab-Stract, I got a debunk I'm working on, and I'll send it to you when it's done. I'll be tackling some misconceptions about Edo Tensei. I think you'll find it interesting. Ooh. Oh wait, I didn't miss Kai's. Let me read that. I would have figured by now. You would have figured out the perfect tempo for yourself, Ab-Stract. Perfect tempo in regards to what, Kai? Perfect tempo in regards to what? Now let me read refs. Yeah. He says, Ab-Stract, I got a debunk I'm working on, and I'll send it to you when it's done. I'll be tackling some misconceptions about Edo Tensei. I think you'll find it interesting. This will be interesting because I've also been working on some Edo Tensei videos or like concepts and stuff. I want to see, it'll be very interesting if we come to the same conclusions, Ref. But I won't be surprised because, yeah, I won't be surprised if we do. Kribo says, Mugetsu, if you read it in English, you would notice that the translators start using different terminology. I wasn't saying Gege is changing anything. The translators did it JJK dirty. Kribo says Sakura stomps. I have no idea how Sakura stomps. Maybe it's a black American thing because I don't get cold fast or hot fast. My body is well adapted to temperature. Hey, no, listen, my homeostasis is nice, bro. I'm an extremist though. Like when I feel it's too hot, I have to turn it down really, really cold. And then when I feel it's like really, really cold, I like, all right, put it back to 80 degrees. You know what I mean? That's me. Kai says, Jason, that's why I don't do Discord, because they try to provoke you to get on only just to throw videos at you instead of using their own debates. Just act as if they dropped the mic on you. Ursa says, don't think Sakura with a full power punch can flatten Sukuna. She might be able to flatten him. I don't think she's going to like knock him out. I don't think she's going to incapacitate him. I don't think she's going to do anything that would end the fight. Yeah. Like let's say she gets an attack off like how she did against Shin, and she punches him in the chest and he's still conscious. He puts his hands together and says domain expansion. Malevolent Shrine comes up and she just starts getting shredded out of nowhere. She's going to back off and release her curse seal immediately and start healing. While she's doing that, he's already using RCT to fix everything that was wrong with his body and factoring in the fact that, okay, she's super fast and super strong. She's a meathead. And then he's going to notice, okay, she has some type of reverse healing curse technique too because she's automatically healing. Cool. So she can't stop Malevolent Shrine in any way, shape, or form because she doesn't have Fallen Blossom Destruction. She doesn't know any of the techniques that stop it. She doesn't have something akin to Nen that can stop it. So she's going to get hit with every single attack from the domain. Every single one. While that's happening, he's free to use Fuga or Fluga, whatever the technique. He's free to shoot those at her. He's free to use Cleave. He's free to fight her hand to hand. It's not going to go good for Sakura. It's not. Where do you scale Sakura? Nigga said, I'm a YouTube only master debater. Rev is crazy. Alright, where do I scale Sakura? Slower than the Raikage. Slower than Kakashi. Stronger than both of them, probably. But all she has is physical strikes. And mind you, Sakura's not dealing with someone in her own verse. She's dealing with people that can actually reinforce their bodies with a significant amount of energy of their own. So she's not one-shotting anyone in that verse, in my opinion. I mean, any top tier, she's not one-shotting them. Mind you, JJK characters get cars flipped on them, thrown on them, all these other things. That's more force than Sakura. Well, no. Not more force than her punch can generate. But, you know. I have a hard time seeing Sukuna, Gojo, Yuta, end of series Yuji. I have a hard time seeing these people get one shot by Sakura. But yeah, where I scale her, I don't know. I'd have to go look at her last best feat, which was punching the ground really hard during the Fourth Great Ninja War. But then again, that's at the like peak of her power with the 100 healing seal active. So I don't even know if I want to use that because, well, no, I guess we could use that because she'd have to use that in the fight. So yeah, like I guess like as strong as Tsunade, like cracking one of Madara's Susanoo rib cages, that should scale above multi-city block level. It should, if I remember correctly. I gotta go back and watch my own video. I don't know. Sakura pulled up on Shin at the drop of a hat, crushing his organs. Yeah, that's Shin. He was off guard and he doesn't have a technique to reinforce his body like Sukuna would. Yeah. Gojo beats Killua for being a rotten brat. Yeah, I should have known better. Sakura is a smart fighter. I don't think she's a smart fighter, nor do I think she has any strategies or techniques that would help her beat Sukuna. You mean the weakest Uchiha Sakura ever fought? Sakura immediately crushed him. She would do Sukuna the same way. See, here's the thing, yeah. Like, let's give it to you, right? Everything I said would still be valid. If she crushes Sukuna, and he's still conscious, he literally puts his hands together and says, domain expansion. From that point on, she's on the defense. For the entire fight, from that point on, she is on the defense. No, Mugetsu is Zach, yeah. Discord power scaler is dumb as hell and downplay the hell out of Yuha. I seen someone say Yuha is city block level. Oh my god. I guarantee they were a Naruto fan too. I come across people who say Yuha is only planetary. That's more like in my world, that's fine to stop him at for now until I actually like scale it myself, but I'm not mad at that. Oh, I saw a dude really said Ulquiorra was stronger than Aizen in that thread. Yeah, bro. Yeah. The number one Ulquiorra D rider. Yeah, he actually said that. Crazy, right? Twitter's better than something. You lying. No, bro. No. Hey, Red. You gotta go on TikTok into like the TikTok live debate community, bro. They are fucking dumb. They have prompts of Sakura beating Majin Buu. They have prompts of who else do they have? They have prompts of Sukuna beating Beerus. Sakura beating Cell. Anos del Hevio. Rimuru. It's the dumbest shit. Oh my god, man, it's so bad. I have to try Twitter at least once. Kai says, that's the thing. I don't get it. Everyone be so quick to try and debate you on Discord, but yet somehow what they can debate only seems to work on there instead of any platform. Yeah, and so that's a weird thing too. People, debate me on Discord. No. You pull up to where I'm at. You're the challenger. What did Gojo say? You're the challenger. Like, what? Sakura's forehead is universal. Sakura would splatter Sukuna. Sakura using her 100 healings means she doesn't have to let up the pressure. Well, you have to understand that once he opens Malevolent Shrine, she's going to immediately start getting cut to fucking ribbons. This is going to throw her off of whatever she was thinking about doing and focus exclusively on healing. While she is using that split second to focus exclusively on healing, he's already used reverse curse technique to fix anything wrong with him. At that point, the ball is in his court. She'll probably do something dumb like try and destroy the shrine. It won't work. And that'll give him even more time. Like, I don't know. Would Sakura even be capable of reacting to cleave and dismantle? It is invisible even to Jujutsu sorcerers and curses. She won't see cleave and she's not tanking dismantle. She won't see cleave and she's not tanking cleave either. It's likely one shot. Yeah, and like, here's the thing with that. We're being generous, right? I'm not being generous, right? Here's the thing. If Sakura is faster, she can probably get a clean punch off before Sukuna gets a cleave or a dismantle off. So that's fine. But if he opens his domain, like I know he will, after surviving her first fucking attack, because he'll realize, oh shit, she hits harder than Gojo. Let's open a domain. If he opens a domain, and mind you, he was doing cleaves that were cutting buildings in half. If he leads with one of those cleaves, she loses the fight. There's nothing else. She loses the fight. Her durability isn't such that she can survive being cut in half. If his attacks are cutting buildings in half, she's not surviving it. In fact, 99% of the verse is not surviving it. Without some special thing. And Sukuna is the type to cleave instantly. He does that shit in character. Her dumbass might try to destroy Sukuna's shrine, taking bait. Exactly, Ursa. He might do it. She'll start getting cut. The shrine. I have to destroy the shrine. And mind you, it doesn't make her dumb, right? It does, but it doesn't make her dumb, but it's not going to work. All it does is give Sukuna more time to prep for how to beat her. Oh, look, she's healing. She has reverse curse technique. Okay. I just can't let her punch me. She's fast. Let me summon Mahoraga and Nue for assistance. Let me just hide in the shadow while I do malevolent shrine. All these things would work. I've been saying it for years. Take one thing away from Sakura and she's cooked. Take her healing, she died faster. But take her strength and her damage is basically non-existent. Yeah. I've been in a single TikTok live debate and conceded because my brain couldn't physically process how dumb they are. I couldn't dumb my words down enough for them to comprehend. Yeah. TikTok debates are so fucking... Well, I'll say this. It might not even be TikTok debates exclusively. Most anime debates nowadays are just taxing because no one is really trying to have a conversation of getting to how powerful the character actually is, right? The minute I hear someone say, oh, I can get Naruto this high. I can get Ichigo this high. I can get Luffy this. The minute I hear you start saying, I can get X character to a place, I already know you're debating or scaling with the intention to either wank or inflate that character. There is no I can get them this high. There's no I can get them this high. You can say I have him this high and then present your evidence for that. But if you come into, oh, I can get him this high, I can get him 5D. Shut the fuck up. Kid, go tuck some grass. I can get him. No, there's no I can get. You're already out like, no. Yeah. Yeah, TikTok conversations. Well, no, not even going to do that. Anime debate conversations are not about finding the truth to the question. It's not. It's genuinely about ego, proving someone else is wrong, verbal ejaculation, all that other stuff. That's literally all anime debates are. Mind you, I don't hate them. I actually enjoy them when they're done right. When two people have a wholesome conversation about getting to the truth about how strong they think a character is, and both sides are presenting facts, they're being concise, they're being respectful, they're not wanking, they're not ratting, they're not using stupid meta conversations. It's really, really fun. It's really, really fun. When both people, and you say, like, honestly, you know what it is? When most people debate, they don't start off with what's allowed to be used in the debate. That's what it is for most people. Most people just accept anything. I don't accept anything, which is why most people cannot debate me, because I just fundamentally do not accept a majority of things that you consider viable to use in a debate. That's no data books for your ass. That's no novels for your ass. That's no unbacked statements for you. It's no movie stuff. Am I willing to yield depending on what we're talking about? Sure, why not? Let's both use data books for this one time. Sure. Then I have to explain how AP works. Then they'll explain how AP works. And I have to ask them, how does that make sense? You know what the worst logical fallacy is? This was actually talked about on TikTok too. The worst and most annoying logical fallacy is appeal to reality. It's the stupidest thing. It's stupid because all anime is based off reality. All fiction is based off of reality. Right? And the accusation of appeal to reality, let's just make sure we understand it. Because it should be like applying real world circumstances and things to a fictional verse. That's what it should be. Something to the effect of that. Let's get a summarized version. An appeal to reality can have two meanings. First, it is the sensible practice of grounding decisions in facts and actual circumstances. Second, it is the logical fallacy where real-world limitations are improperly imposed on a fictional context. Yeah. So, improperly imposed. How would we determine that? How would we determine if something's improper? Such as judging a character's abilities by the laws of physics. Interesting. See, anyone that uses an appeal to reality, like anyone that actually says it in a debate, I guarantee you they will be using real world physics to also prove other arguments within their debate. I've seen it so many times. I've seen it countless times. You can't escape from reality. An appeal to reality literally happens anytime a punch is fucking thrown and the impact happens. That's an appeal to reality. I'm sorry, a reverse appeal to reality. I think you guys get the point. You're always going to be appealing to reality because reality is the basis in which everything starts. Everything starts from reality. Oh, Ab-Stract. Let me. What did someone say? I was talking about the Kaguya thing. What did I say? Oh my god! I'm gonna find the conversation for you guys. One day. I don't even know where that tangent was going, but yeah, appeal to reality is the stupidest shit ever. Not a fan. All right, where was I? What would happen if 8th Gate guy was chilling in Kirinji's hot spring while in 8th Gate? That's a weird question. He would probably be healing as fast as he was dying. I don't know. Something like that. Naruto claims make no sense to me. Creation of a universe makes Kaguya universal. My brother thinks this, the Noodles YouTuber, and my brother's friend. Only my brother got his info off of Battle Wiki. Wait, you said your brother thinks this, the Noodles YouTuber, and my brother's friend. Only my brother got his info off of Battle Wiki. Interesting. Yeah, very interesting. Yeah, that whole generation of power scalers pretty much fucked up power scaling. Noodles, Seth the Programmer, Swag Kage, Six, what other names do I remember floating around there? Astro Senju. All those guys fucked up power scaling pretty much. Sakura won't stop from damage. She doesn't have to focus on healing with 100 healings active. Yeah, so you're presuming she comes into the fight with it already on? Why would she do that? Does she ever start a fight with 100 healings already on? Ab-Stract. The crazy thing is, Sukuna can use this mantle around his skin like infinity. That's fucking crazy. He copied it off Gojo like how he copied Piercing Blood curse technique for the water ability. That's crazy. Sakura might just shred her hand, yeah. Can't Mahoraga just start to adapt to her slowly? Her specialty is hit hard and heal for the most part. Her battle IQ is just high enough to deduce the shrine as the source, but it's not Bleach level where Aizen would just know that the shrine is useless. I'm not convinced that Aizen would know the shrine is useless though either. He might. See, but like Aizen would never be in this predicament. Unless if we're equalizing stats, then Aizen could be in this predicament. But like Aizen would never be in this predicament. Ab-Stract. The video covering how far each Big 3 versus the Saiyan Saga would be cool using AAA scaling. I think with AAA scaling it would be really fun. How far each Big 3 versus the Saiyan Saga would be. Okay. Well, the Naruto characters aren't getting past the farmer with the shotgun. Let me stop. I'm joking. I'm joking. I feel like I have to watch Dragon Ball and stuff again, though. But you said Saiyan Saga, so. Maybe. We'll see. We'll see about that. Like Cell with his solar system statement, lol. You're right. Mahoraga was surviving Sukuna cutting him on a subatomic level. He's surviving Sakura. Yeah. Usually triple AP scaling nerfs the scaling metas. Do you think it nerfs or buffs Dragon Ball Z in specific? Weirdly, I think it buffs Dragon Ball Z. See, Dragon Ball Z. It doesn't really. I'm not going to say triple AP meta doesn't really affect Dragon Ball Z, but as far as its standing in other verses, it doesn't really affect Dragon Ball Z, because their Ki Blast can destroy the same things, or like, so Piccolo can destroy the moon with the Ki Blast, but Piccolo can also get one shot by Raditz or Vegeta or Nappa. That already tells us that their attacks, their AP attacks, because mind you, this is all Ki, and when they're utilizing Ki, they scale to their energy system. When they are utilizing the Ki. I have to say that for Kuribo. Because Kuribo is going to bring up, Ab-Stract, Goku was shot with a laser. They don't scale to their energy. When they're utilizing Ki, they absolutely scale to their energy system. So I might as well say when they're fighting, when they're actively fighting, they scale to their energy system. So someone being able to one-shot Piccolo who can destroy the moon. Yeah. Someone being able to survive the attack that destroyed the moon. Mind you, Piccolo's attack wasn't the size of the moon. Maybe the explosion afterwards, sure. But to do triple AP scaling for Dragon Ball Z, it wouldn't change too much for Dragon Ball Z standing. It just would not. You have Broly in the movie destroying a fucking galaxy. That's stupid. Whether he did it as a big explosion, it looked more like a virus was happening. Things just started getting deleted. Whether he was shooting Ki Blasts at stars and each individual Ki Blast is destroying a star, I don't know. It would do nothing for Dragon Ball Z. Triple AP scaling would do nothing for Dragon Ball Z. Like Cell with his solar system statement, lol. Yeah. Yeah. Different levels of force. Yeah, I mean, kind of, bro. It's kind of. Rule number 1, never engage in a debate where you're only knowledgeable about one side. Even more so if your interlocutor only knows one side. Yeah. Those actually calls for the most annoying type of debates because you spend half the debate teaching them about shit that you thought they knew. Sure do. That's my rule for debates. When people randomly claim a character is human so they can't do a certain thing. I mean, that depends. Yep, 6 is more reasonable. You act like it takes more than a moment for the 100 healings to activate. Yeah, so what I said was the moment that she has to actually activate it is the moment Sukuna starts using reverse curse technique, and the moment she thinks, oh, the shrine just appeared, maybe that's why I'm getting cut the fuck up. Let me go punch the shrine. And then Sukuna has the advantage from that point forward. Because he's already deduced she's faster, which he's probably going to be able to adapt to in real time, her speed. Yeah. He's probably deduced she's healing, so she either has reverse curse technique or some other type of technique. And then all this is assuming that every cleave/dismantle that's being thrown out isn't destroying a building, right? This is all assuming these are all superficial cuts. Because if you're asking me, I personally believe he would be able to cut her the fucking half. But I don't know if his domain is as strong as one of his shot out attacks. I don't know that. If they are, she's being cut in half and she's not winning the fight anyway. We still have not watched this video yet. Isn't that not hilarious? To me, Chuck is the best at. Oh, to me, Chuck is the best of that generation. Chuck. Oh, the guy that used to say Chuck the cyber cuck, him. Yo, he let them call him that. That's crazy to me. That's crazy to me. Who was the best of that generation? Who was the best of that generation? I really can't say. I really can't say. Yeah, I really can't say. Hot take, Dragon Ball Z scaling is way overrated. Super 2. Is the scaling overrated? How overrated? How do you mean? I feel like under Triple AP scaling, One Piece beats Raditz in the Cybermen, but loses to Nappa. I think Naruto clears Raditz, the Cybermen, Nappa, and Vegeta, but would lose to Uzuru Vegeta. Under Triple AP scaling, One Piece beats Raditz. I'd have to go back and watch old DBZ. Because I know there's probably some anti-feats in there that I could find that could kind of justify that. Maybe. But I'd have to go back and watch it. 6 is not more reasonable. Yeah, I mean, in my opinion, they all rolled in the same clique in the same group. They all perpetuated the same misinformation / disinformation. Oh, and my brother thinks Naruto can counter Kyoka Suigetsu. Jason, you have a job to do. All right, you now have a job. You must convince your brother to come to the light side. Dude told me Naruto can sense intentions and be able to tell what's real and fake. And dude said time is perceived by the 5 physical. Well, here's the thing. I will not take that away from Naruto. Naruto can definitely sense intentions. That would somewhat help him. Maybe be able to intentions. No, actually, you know what? I'm not mad at that. Because I don't think Aizen can. Well, then again, no, he might be able to. Yeah. There's an argument to be made for that, but altering someone's sense of time, no one in Naruto is doing anything against that. Yeah, you be specific because I got the examples on lock. In the context of Naruto discussions, he's more reasonable than Noodles and Swag. Is he? Okay. Yeah, okay. Senses. His example was, we can tell it's morning by smelling the morning dew. No. Aizen can make you smell morning shit if he wants you to. That would not help. I think Bleach clears the Saiyan Saga low difficulty. I think it clears Zarbando Doria, Quay, and most of the Ginyu Force, but I think Ginyu himself might be the limit of Bleach under Triple AP scaling. That's kind of hard to say. Like I said, bro, Piccolo was annihilating the Earth's moon in the first half of the arc. Piccolo, not a villain, Piccolo was annihilating the Earth's moon at the first half of that arc. Like, Goku had just died. He's training Gohan. Piccolo already destroyed the moon. Piccolo then trains for a couple months to a year, waits for the Saiyans to get there, then gets his ass beat. Dies, actually. The same Piccolo that months before had destroyed their moon. Meaning, Vegeta and the Raditz would well above scale, above anything that Piccolo could dish out or do. Yeah. And that wasn't even with a crazy attack. That was just a regular ki blast. That wasn't special beam cannon. That wasn't like Hell Zone grenade. That wasn't none of that stuff. That was just a regular ki blast. You know that one move where Nappa does this, and then everything explodes? That's taking out a majority of the like mid tiers in all of the big three. Probably. It depends though. Let's watch the video. All right, I got you. Let me catch up. Sukuna literally had a transformation that heals him on soon resurrection type ish. Sakura can increase her speed at any time during the fight. She proved that in her fight against Ino. His domain immediately evaporated skyscrapers. She turns into red mist. Yeah, so if his domain... See, I haven't seen his domain, like, do that stuff, though. If his domain is cleaving and dismantling this cityscape, Sakura doesn't have the fucking durability to survive none of this stuff. So, yeah, the minute he puts his hands together, she loses the fight. Because she doesn't have chakra reinforcement. Even if she did, she's not skilled enough to put it over her entire body like a Nen user or a curse or a sorcerer. So, in my opinion, the best of the generation is Swag Kage. His vids were elite. Swag Kage's videos were very nice. And you know what? Now that I think about it, Swag Kage, he didn't really like his collaboration videos with them were bad because they kind of influenced his scaling, but his Naruto videos were really good. I'll give him that. Like his information on the Naruto videos were really good. Chuck is a liar, and all those guys are weirdos. They exposed Seth for being a creep and accepted him back into the community. Just weirdos in general. Even using simple domain, Gojo got cut the fuck up all over. Sakura is mincemeat. Ab-Stract, did you watch any of the Kakashi videos yet? Not yet, Karibo. I did not watch any of those videos yet. Didn't Swag say DMS Kakashi would beat such a six paths Naruto though? Swag never did anything weird in terms of scaling. Like he wasn't an AP type guy. He was a matchup goblin. Got you. Ab-Stract, since Vegeta's Moonball can let him freely use Uzuru, does that technically make Saiyan Saga the strongest of Frieza's army because Ginyu was 120,000 battle? I don't know off the top of my head. Ursa, we yap around here. I know what I want. I want to tap in about the video. I saw it before, and I want his opinion on it. Is it debunking DBZ Isram? I haven't watched that video because his scaling is whack. Yeah. DBZ Isram's scaling is very weird. I'm gonna say. I enjoy it because he's a Bleach guy. I enjoy it. He does thorough breakdowns, but the scaling is kind of weird. Which prior to Maka Nasopo was his strongest move? Wait, I haven't watched it in my bed in the recent ones that I skip. Oh, wait. I have watched it my bad. It's the recent ones that I've skipped. Okay. I can't see DB as a scaler. I swear he got more videos talking about Bleach news and obvious information. By the way, Trip, we scale the same. Even though I'm not a scaler, I don't accept data books, novels, etc. that aren't canon. Hey, yo, look at you, Red. Okay, yeah, yo, Red, you need to come over to the AAAP community, all right? And we need to evangelize this scaling so more people can scale as accurately and consistently as possible. You're a good man. All right, last comment, then we're going to get off. Emran should stick to character analysis. His scaling is so ass. Emran isn't a scaler. He's just reading off wikis, LOL. You're right. All right, let's get to it. Cool.
So I came across this video by DBZ.
Oh, his volume's low. Let me know how the volume is for you guys.
On why Sasuke versus Uryu isn't even close. Now, some of the reasons on why Sasuke...
How's the volume? How's the volume? Can y'all hear? He's kind of whispering for me. I'm going to turn him up for you guys. Let me turn my shit up too. I'm going to pee real quick. How's the volume? I'm going to use the bathroom. Okay. The volume is all right. We can hear. All right, let's get it.
So I came across this video by DBZ Airman on why Sasuke versus Uryu isn't even close. Now, some of the reasons on why Sasuke loses is pretty interesting. To be honest, I don't really care about the outcome, but rather the reasoning for the outcome to be possible. I did notice a few misconceptions that I want to address while going over this, so let's just examine.
I have to be honest, this matchup exposes just how many people haven't read Bleach past the Soul Society arc. Every time Uryu Ishida gets brought up against Sasuke Uchiha, you see the same knee-jerk reaction. Oh, Sasuke solos, bro. With Susanoo and Rinnegan, it's GG. And I'm sitting here like, did you guys skip the entire 1000-year Blood War arc? Did you miss what Uryu had become by the end of Bleach? Because here's the truth, Uryu vs Sasuke isn't this edgy rival battle that people imagine it to be. This isn't a mirror match of two introvert loners with cool eyes and cooler powers. It's a straight-up showcase of what happens when you get some of the best hacks abilities from Bleach crashing into some of the most flashiest explosions from Naruto. I don't think that this matchup is close at all, and in this video I'll be diving into the receipts. We'll go over the feats, the techniques, and the scaling that people conveniently ignore. We'll be looking at each of their characters from their respective peaks from their manga. This isn't just going to be about who hits harder, it's going to see who can outsmart the other and who can even survive the consequences of their own attack. This fight takes place on a neutral battlefield. There are no trees, no buildings, no Konoha or the Soul Society, just an endless plane where collateral damage doesn't matter. Both characters are ready to kick the crap out of each other, they have no prep time, and when it comes to Sasuke, we're using him from the end of Naruto Shippuden. This means Eternal Mangekyo Sharingan is available to him, he has Rinnegan and full 6-path Chakra buff. So thankfully he has none of that nonsense from Boruto where he's nerfed, no losing the Rinnegan. We want him at his most dangerous.
His intro is just basically going on a tangent about people not reading Bleach, lack of understanding which leads to downplay, due to them not doing enough research, which I can sympathize with. But at the same time, it is really common in the community. This is interesting because he states he's using characters at their best, or peaks, in his words, like literally at their most dangerous, and that he's going to go over scaling that people conveniently ignore. I do find this tangent to be somewhat hypocritical because he thinks Shippuden era Sasuke is more dangerous than Boruto era Sasuke. If he did all the things he was complaining about in his intro, he wouldn't have came to such a conclusion to begin with. Because I do want to correct this misinformation, I'll briefly explain the chain scaling of why Boruto era Sasuke is just stronger and more dangerous than Shippuden era Sasuke. Basically, it goes as following. Sasuke fights alongside Naruto, take on Kaguya. We then find out there's a bigger threat than Kaguya, which is why she created the Zetsu army despite her power. This threat is then confirmed to be Momoshiki and Kenshiki, who both gets completely overwhelmed by Sasuke and the Kages, ultimately forcing him to absorb Kenshiki, becoming even more powerful. However, nothing really...
I'm sorry. I'm sorry, yo, listen. Nothing those two individually did showed to be a greater threat than Kaguya. Not a thing. Not a thing. Let me go back. Here's the thing with that, right? I'm not even mad at DBZ Isram using end of Shippuden era Sasuke. I'm not mad at it. He has both arms. He has both eyes still. Don't know if he's giving him access to the like full 10 tails, tailed beast chakra and all that stuff. But he has Indra's arrow. Let me go back, because there was something I wanted to read in there.
Find this tangent to be somewhat hypocritical because he thinks Shippuden era Sasuke is more dangerous than Boruto era Sasuke. If he did all the things he was complaining about in his intro, he wouldn't have came to such a conclusion to begin with. Because I do want to correct this misinformation, I'll briefly explain the chain scaling of why Boruto era Sasuke is just stronger and more dangerous than Shippuden era Sasuke. Basically, it goes as following. Sasuke fights alongside Naruto, take on Kaguya. We then find out there's a bigger threat than Kaguya, which is...
And I learned the White Zetsu soldiers existed long before Shinobi ever did. What does it mean? This part is pure conjecture, but what I believe this indicates is the possibility that something that had frightened even Kaguya...
Why she created the Zetsu
could
army
one day
despite
appear.
her...
Okay. Yeah. So, and this always gets brought up a lot too. This is after Kaguya ate the fruit, right? This is what we would be judging it on. She does her portrayal. She does her betrayal of Ishiki, and then she cultivates a chakra fruit, giving her more power. But she knows Otsutsuki travel and arrive in twos. So yeah, a threat could exist that she was preparing for. But we have no idea how after she ate the fruit, this would have turned out. We have no idea.
Power. This threat is then confirmed to be Momo.
Let me go back a little bit.
Which is why she created the Zetsu army despite her power. This threat is then...
Who are these guys? The big guys, Otsutsuki Kinshiki, and the short one is Otsutsuki Momoshiki. So yes, the threat of something coming exists. Cool. Does this mean that something is automatically stronger than Kaguya? Does it mean that? Based off of feats shown and statements provided, does it necessitate them being stronger based off of feats shown? No. Not anything I've seen from those two.
Confirmed to be Momoshiki.
Like I said, most of Boruto era is just statements and upscaling. That's what most of it is.
And Kenshiki, who both gets completely overwhelmed by Sasuke.
And that panel was disingenuous. That panel comes when Kinshiki is getting jumped. For the most part, Kinshiki and Sasuke are more relative than anything.
And Kenshiki, who both gets completely overwhelmed by Sasuke and the Kages, ultimately forcing him to absorb Kenshiki, becoming even more powerful. However, nothing really changes as...
Now, he didn't show the majestic attire Susanoo, but based on its feats with just Madara, that is when I would say Momoshiki and Kinshiki fused would be stronger than Kaguya. Based on the... And this is just going strictly off the feats. Madara's majestic attire Susanoo. With Kurama, that is. Which is the majestic attire, yeah. Madara's majestic attire Susanoo was able to easily cleave the tops off of several mountains using air pressure from quite a far distance away. Naruto and Sasuke have a similar technique where they can combine that. Just based off the scaling on how that works, I would say, okay, cool. That's probably that would be stronger than Kaguya at this point. It would scale above what I've seen Kaguya do, AP wise, it would. Momo has a golem that's able to defeat that creature. Momo has a golem that is able to defeat the majestic attire Susanoo. So ninjutsu wise, that puts Momo over Kaguya and Jigen. But on a physical level, because mind you, again, Naruto isn't just about one stat. It's not just about one thing. Momoshiki leads in ninjutsu. Jigen leads in physicals. This is where I have to know the series better than 99% of the people that watch it more than me. Momoshiki leads in ninjutsu and in durability, actually. Jigen leads in physicals, speed. And if you want to say hacks too, well, not even, well, him shrinking is a good hacks. Him being good, it's a good hacks, yeah. Yeah, physicals, speed, and shrinking things. But then again, Jigen or Ishiki never challenged the majestic attire Susanoo. They never challenged Naruto and Sasuke's top formation. The thing that I have stronger than Kaguya. Never challenged it. So individually, no. There's no clear-cut provable means to have them over Kaguya. If you want to argue it, it would be strictly from a scaling standpoint, and that is it. What are we talking about? All right. Cool. Volume's alright. Isman's worst scaling video is the Ukiyoda versus Perfect Cell one. Being a single Arankar making it off Namek. What I like about his scaling videos, at least, is the format. He analyzes his character dynamic. Chain scaling in with that, he lost me. Eman is a scaler. He literally reads off a script or wikis. You can't tell me he always referring to them. LOL. It isn't his own scaling. I know. I'm talking about how he actually treats characters in a narrative context instead of just stats. You mean like personality and things like that, Rev? Yep. Here's a plot hole. How come Sasuke never went to Orochimaru to get a new arm? He's a good guy in Boruto and could probably go to Orochimaru in secret via Amenena Kajara. I didn't think he wanted a new arm. He doesn't do that, to be fair. He does it to be biased towards the one side. His actual scaling is buns for the most part, but he at least delves into the narrative, right? Momoshiki's kit hard counters Kaguya. Also, Kaguya is discarded as the benchmark after that point narratively. Yeah, so like I said, it would be a narrative thing or just claiming upscaling. No feats and actually no power. Like, I just don't see how. I just don't see it, bro. And what about Momoshiki hard counters Kaguya? What does he do against Ashbone? What does he do against Vacuum Fist? What are his techniques that are like actually good? He was running from Darui, wasn't he? He has Susanoo anyway. He doesn't necessarily need a hand. And Kishimoto basically ditched hand signs anyway. How the fuck did my autocorrect turn execution to education? Funny enough there, that fits too. What the fuck are you talking about, Mugetsu? Bro gotta be drunk or something. Bro is absent 95% of the time. Yeah, but it still isn't plot hole. This is just how Kishimoto chose to portray his atonement. Momoshiki's golem overpowered the Kurama avatar, but was one shot by the majestic attire Susanoo. Yes, that's correct. That's why based off of the feats of Madara's majestic attire Susanoo with the not even a host Kurama, I would say Naruto and Sasuke's would be stronger. And I don't think I haven't seen Kaguya do anything like that. She does not have an AP feat like that. Her best attacks don't do that, right? So that's why I have them together over her. But to suggest that Momoshiki and Kinshiki by themselves are over Kaguya, nothing suggests that. Not a thing. Not a thing other than, oh, there's another threat that Kaguya might have been worried about. Okay. Ashbone can get absorbed by Rinnegan. Can it? That's like an Earth Jutsu getting absorbed by Rinnegan. Can that happen? Never really see the Rinnegan absorb physical matter. Let's keep going.
Sasuke and Naruto still individually overwhelmed this fused Momoshiki. Even if you somehow wanted to ignore direct scaling to someone stronger than Kaguya, we see Boruto era Sasuke still have more experience and mastery with his Rinnegan, being able to use Rinnegan-based space-time ninjutsu and track.
More experience. He gets tired after 3 uses of the Sharingan, bro.
chakra across different dimensions versus in Shippuden being completely stranded and reliant on Obito and Sakura's assistance just shows like a higher mastery on board.
He didn't even know he could make portals back then, though. That's not really, like, you can call it a higher mastery, but him not knowing he can make a portal versus him being bad at it or having worse chakra, those are two different things.
Naruto era's end that just surpasses Shippuden Sasuke.
Chakra and Reishi are staying the way that they are, and for the purposes of this video, yes, they can interact with each other, so none of this nonsense that Susanoo can't work against Uryu because he's a soul.
This is a fair stipulation, but that's just not needed. We've seen random shinobi being able to imprison souls and perceive them. Like Don
Oh my god. Here we go with this. I'll let him finish.
had to ask random shinobi to drop the barrier so he could use his spirit transformation technique. After releasing the barrier, they were able to see him in his spirit form. By the way, this also proves chakra barriers can contain souls. Another example is Pain being able to hold a person's soul in the palm of his hands, and people were able to watch him do this. Not to mention
One thing I've always said about Naruto and Souls is that you'll only ever see this interaction via a jutsu. Nothing supernatural is going on in the Naruto world unless a ninjutsu is involved. Oh, I can see the souls of the Edo Tensei. Interesting. Did you also see the souls of your dead comrades being killed by the Zetsus? No. The only reason you can see the souls of the Edo Tensei is because they're bound by a jutsu that's currently happening. The only reason you can see Shizune's soul being pulled out of her is because not the Diva path, whatever path that was, is literally interacting with her and using a ninjutsu. What other one? The only reason Orochimaru can see his soul being physically pulled out of his body is because the damn Reaper Death Seal is pulling, the Reaper is literally pulling his soul out of him. No one is seeing their soul on a normal occasion and a normal day. No one is doing that. No one has supernatural senses to where they can detect spiritual phenomena. Spiritual phenomena doesn't occur unless a jutsu is involved. Like you have Asuma one time smoking a cig next to Shikamaru, but that's more so for his farewell, not to be meant as, oh, I can see souls. No, they can't see souls. This is all cap. I hate when they go this route. It's so...
Sasuke can perceive things across dimensions, even in Shippuden era, by being able to see Madara's limbo clones, which exists on another plane of reality entirely. But yeah.
In terms of strength, Sasuke is clearly the one who dominates in this category, but drawn from his perfect Susanoo's bow, channeling all chakra into one annihilating strike. If it lands before the antithesis triggers, then yes, Uryu is going to die, but that's Sasuke's one real win condition that he has in this fight.
He has
Let's go back. He said Sasuke would die to a Susanoo arrow?
But yeah.
Or was it Indra's arrow? Let me hear that again.
In terms of strength, Sasuke is clearly the one who dominates in this category, but drawn from his perfect Susanoo's bow, channeling all chakra into one annihilating strike. If it lands before the...
Okay. He's talking about Sasuke using his strongest attack on Uryu. Okay.
The antithesis triggers, then yes, Uryu is going to die, but that's Sasuke's one real win condition that he has in this fight.
He has Sasuke being stronger than Uryu and has a win con with his Indara's arrow, which is pretty interesting. Usually in a Bleach vs Naruto matchup, you almost always have to scale Bleach characters just massively higher to suggest something like not even close being possible. And you also have their speeds being relative because you have Sasuke being able to kill Uryu with an attack.
Mentioned this earlier, Uryu literally outran his own shadow, and he was keeping up pace with characters who were faster than light during the 1000-year Blood War arc.
Oh boy. The faster than a shadow argument. The real question is, does DBZ Airman also scale Part 1 Lee to faster than light for having a similar feat, being faster than his shadow? In all seriousness, outrunning a shadow might just be outrunning whatever is stopping light from reaching that area, like a cloud or something. You can't outrun your shadow while on the ground since the shadow at your feet appears instantly, so there's like zero distance and zero delay. At most, it just stretches. Shadow feats only make sense if a character is flying because light takes extra time to reach the ground and the observer, giving a small window for the character to move ahead.
I agree
And
with
not to
all
mention
this.
Zelle Schneider, which doesn't just cut, it vibrates through reishi bonds at 3 million rotations per second. All of these abilities are difficult to block with just raw armor alone. Susanoo is durable, but it's still made out of chakra. Reishi arrows break spiritual constructs for breakfast.
Zelle Schneider is a form of durability negation via like vibration. He's assuming Sasuke or his perfect Susanoo just doesn't have resistance to like durability negation at all, which is odd because I remember he was complaining about people who don't do enough research. If he actually took the time to read those panels he presented in this video, he would see that Sasuke was able to stalemate Naruto's Truth Seeker Orb, which can completely erase matter, space, and even souls. And this was all done with his chakra, which even has the ability to
I'm confused. Did he not get Hagoromo's chakra? Is that not what helped him in canceling out those things? DBZ Isram has a point with the Zelle Schneider thing if we're making them equal. And also, no, the Susanoo, Kakashi's perfect Susanoo didn't counteract Kaguya's Ashbone. That's durability negation. Sasuke needed Curse Mark to even combat Obito's truth-seeking orbs. Those are durability negation. Those are hacks that, negate chakra itself. So someone help me out. He was able to destroy and cancel those things because he had Hagoromo's chakra, right? Is that incorrect?
just block and resist the light from the infinite Tsukuyomi that can...
I mean, yes, if I'm in a house, I'm blocking the light from the sun. I'm not really sure where he's going with this.
penetrate through solid objects. Because of this, I don't think Zelle Schneider can just easily
The example is the same.
penetrate his defenses. What Zelle Schneider does do is weaken the bonds that hold molecules together. Onaki's particle style actually disintegrates matter on a molecular level. It doesn't just weaken the bonds, it completely breaks them. It's essentially returning targets back to their atomic shape. Not only has Madara's perfect Susanoo shown the ability to just completely overpower this and resist it, but the TSO that Naruto uses against Sasuke just greatly surpasses that. Because of this, there's just no possible way Zelle Schneider can be effective against Sasuke.
What about Sasuke?
All right, let's check chat real quick. Where we at? His actual scaling is buns for the most part, but he at least delves into the narrative. I thought he didn't get a new one because he wanted to punish himself for doing all that bad stuff during the teen years. That's what I thought too, Jason. Sasuke literally at the end of Naruto said he's not getting an arm to atone for his sins. Right. That's lame though. If he wanted to actually atone, he'd offer himself for education. Not give up an arm. He already lost. That's like a golem selling its soul. That's hilarious. Momoshiki's kid hard counters Kaguya. Also, Kaguya is discarded as the benchmark after that point narratively. Yes, I remember reading that. He has Susanoo's anyway. He doesn't necessarily need a hand. And Kishimoto basically ditched hand signs anyway. All right, I already read all this shit. Bro is absent 95% of the time. Momoshiki's golem, I already read that. Ashbone can get absorbed. Right, okay, good. Momoshiki can absorb all of Kaguya's ninjutsu, while Kinshiki would overpower her physically. From my understanding, Kaguya can also just absorb ninjutsu too, so I'm not really sure like what would happen. I'm not sure how Momoshiki would beat her. What techniques does he have? And so yeah, if you're just saying it's both of them attacking her, then yeah, that would be a threat. I'm talking about Momoshiki since he absorbs ninjutsu and his hands have Rinnegan in his hands. Ridiculous. I mean, you can't see souls in Bleach unless you have reiatsu. Same point here for the jutsus with souls. Yeah, but Red, what he's trying to make it seem like is like seeing souls in Naruto, everyone can do it. It's a normal thing. He's trying to make it seem like outside of jutsu, this is something happening. No, it's only something happening when a jutsu is actually being applied. Only time you ever see this shit. And then the jutsu that can actually manipulate the soul are far and few between. Don. Ab-Stract, who has more aura, Sasuke or Rick Grimes? Rick Grimes clearly has more aura. Ishiki talking the code. You're not disagreeing, just making a false equivalence. Laugh my ass off. Rick Grimes, especially the comic version, has way more aura than Sasuke. How is it a false equivalence? Chakra has spiritual energy. Reiatsu is literally spiritual energy. Normal people can't see Shinigami because for the most part have no reiatsu. Same shit. It is a false equivalency, right? Mugetsu says, everyone and everything in Bleach has reiatsu. You only become spiritually aware once you have a certain level of reiatsu. It's true. The point was that under normal circumstances, you cannot see souls in Naruto. Yes, that's true, but normal ass people can't see hollows or Shinigami without reiatsu, aka spiritual energy. Same shit. Not the same. Incorrect. Not everything has reiatsu. They have a soul, aka konpaku, but normal souls don't need to eat, etc., because they don't have reiatsu. Vibration is pretty low durability negation. It's pretty low durability negation. That's subjective. I don't think it's pretty low. It's because Sasuke had Sei's chakra. Yeah, right. He had Sei's chakra because he had Hagoromo's chakra, right? Yeah. So he's wrong in this point. Cool. Don Kanochi sees souls around everywhere he goes. He can only see a soul if he activates a ninjutsu. How Red doesn't understand this is beyond me. It's common sense. Yes, and guess what? In Bleach terms, ninjas can't see Shinigami and hollows. That's like making the claim that Batman can see X-ray because Superman can see X-ray because Batman has X-ray goggles. They literally can't. Spiritual energy refers to mental energy like willpower and emotions, not soul energy. Ursa, in my opinion, that one kind of gets convoluted. It's mental energy. It's kind of convoluted. It's very convoluted because souls void of a body can perform ninjutsu. And that's not mental energy they're using because they have a spiritual form. I mean, it could be mental energy that they're using, but they have a spiritual form. It's very weird. The Narutoverse, when Adam pulls up with his leaf and Knuckle does. No, they said exactly what chakra is, and that is 3 things. I personally interpret chakra to be a type of soul energy due to it being a key analogy, like in most of fiction, but that's just my justification for reverse equalization. Spiritual energy is not soul energy.
Sasuke's Rinnegan absorption. Theoretically, it lets him nullify chakra-based attacks. While yes, Reishi and Chakra in this video can interact, but Reishi is not Chakra. Reishi is the building block of souls, matter, and dimensions. Sasuke's Rinnegan never absorbed soul-based constructs, only chakra ninjutsu. You can't absorb what you don't understand, and most of the time, Sasuke's toolset is just a really bad match against Uryu's antithesis. Any ability that is used against Uryu is just a future reversal waiting to happen.
I do have a massive problem with this, as you're allowing Reishi mechanics to work on Chakra, but not allowing Chakra mechanics to work on Reishi. You're implying Uryu understands Chakra, therefore he would be able to, while Sasuke wouldn't be able to absorb this energy because he doesn't understand Reishi. Combined with your interpretation.
I've debated this, or I've talked about this a lot too. Let me ask you guys something. If it is the case that Chakra is the combination of 2 energies, and it is sometimes just one energy, sometimes Chakra is just spiritual energy because we've seen spirits or souls in Naruto use chakra. Spiritual energy, right? Why wouldn't Sclave Rai or any of Uryu's Quincy techniques be able to break down, absorb, or mess with that side of chakra? Reverse question. Have we ever seen anyone in Naruto absorb only spiritual energy? Have we ever seen anyone in Naruto only use spiritual energy, as far as like that, like someone that wasn't dead. Someone that wasn't dead. Have we ever seen them only use spiritual energy? I don't think so. We've never seen anyone absorb it. They say Genjutsu pulls more from the yin side, which is more mental, more spiritual energy. Okay, have we ever seen anyone absorb a Genjutsu? Because all it is chakra. Have we ever seen anyone absorb a Genjutsu? The answer is no. So while it might seem unfair and biased, the logic for why Uryu can do it and Sasuke can't is actually there. We've just never seen it in their world. But what we have seen in Bleach is people analyze, absorb, break down, and destroy spiritual matter all the time. Chakra is spiritual and physical energy mixed together to get something completely new called chakra. But guess what? The fundamentals of both those things are still in there. Right? And this gets even more convoluted when you factor in the fact that even though it has spiritual energy, Naruto characters can't attack souls with their ninjutsu. No, they can't. So yeah. Trip, I know your Kanpaku hurting. Say it, but be fair, brother. Oh wait, did someone ask me a question? Hold up, let me Red and Trip going at it. Rev and Trip, man. Alright, let me catch up. The point was that under normal circumstances, you cannot see souls in Naruto. Yes, that's true, but normal ass people can't see souls or Shinigami without reiatsu, aka spiritual energy. Same shit. The point was that under normal circumstances, you cannot see souls in Naruto. I would say that's true. Rev disagrees though, not the same shit. Red says incorrect. Not everything has reiatsu. I agree with that. They have a soul, aka konpaku, but normal souls don't need to eat, etc., because they don't have reiatsu. That's true. Red says, Karibo, take notes. I'm handling business for you. All right. Rev says, how Red doesn't understand this is beyond me. It's common sense. Yeah, and guess what? In Bleach terms, ninjas can't see the Shinigami and hollows. I mean, that's true. That's true. I agree with it. That's like making the claim that Batman can see X-ray because Superman can see X-ray because Batman has X-ray goggles. I don't know if it's that. I don't know if you can equate it like that, Rev. I don't think you can equate it like that. They literally cannot. Spiritual energy refers to the... Okay, I already read that. Under certain circumstances, shinobi can see souls bound to a ninjutsu, which they can see. They're not going around just seeing souls. I think Red was saying that. I think that's what Red was saying, unless I didn't go up far enough. I thought Red was saying that they can't just see souls. They have to be interacting, or someone has to be utilizing a ninjutsu to specifically interact with the soul, and then it becomes visible. But like when people die, you're not seeing the death of Tsunade's brother leave the house or float up after he dies. That's not happening. It's only happening when the Rinnegan's involved. It's only happening when the Reaper Death Seal's involved. It's only happening when the Edo Tensei's involved. I don't even know another jutsu. Rinnegan, Reaper Death Seal, Edo Tensei. Very few and far between instances. I personally interpret chakra to be a type of soul energy due to it being a key analogy. Oh yeah, I read that one too. Trip, I know you know Kanpaku hurting saying it, but be fair, brother. Are you saying I'm not saying Konpaku? More reason for me to believe that chakra is just a name for spiritual energy, like aura. But like I wouldn't just exclude it to spiritual energy because it's also physical energy. and it can't really affect spiritual things unless it's like specific techniques with chakra. Like all reishi techniques can affect spiritual and physical things. Only some chakra techniques can affect spiritual things. It wouldn't. Reishi is different than reiatsu. I don't know what that's in reference to. It is also worth mentioning that Naruto, One Piece, and Bleach all have vastly different interpretations of astral interaction. Reishi would be spirit matter, so that's fine. And we've actually seen Tayuya use spiritual energy to absorb physical energy. Yes, that's a good example. But guess what? No one could interact with Tayuya's spiritual beasts that eat physical energy. That's a good point. I forgot about that. Yeah. No one could actually interact with those things. Shikamaru couldn't hurt them. He couldn't use jutsu on them. Nothing. But yes, that is a good point. Don gave Tsunade a boost. Yes, that happened too. Don did give her a boost. If Chakra had the same spiritual properties as reiatsu, the Tosuka blade wouldn't be anywhere near as dangerous as it is in verse. That's true. It wouldn't. Red. Chakra is spiritual energy, therefore Shinobi can interact with souls. Naruto. This is Ino and her clan. Their jutsu deals with souls. It's a very unique ninjutsu specific to her clan. Hey, yo, y'all kill me. Shadow paralysis is closer to yin release from what I remember. Shadow paralysis has been absorbed multiple times. Yeah. So I use it as an example as far as the whole Genjutsu thing. Mind you, I still believe that most things in the verse, like Tayuya's thing is good, but most things in the verse, if it says relies more on this, that still means it has physical chakra still mixed into it. So it's kind of hard to get away from when chakra is both these things individually and these things separately. I need an instance where a pure soul, give me that. Because shadow possession, that's going to muddy the waters. Because that's a physical human being using both forms of energy, their stamina, to do it. No, it's not. A soul can use chakra. It's not physical energy as a substance. It's actually all a metaphor for the pathway to summon spiritual energy itself. That's correct. A soul can use chakra. I agree. But like, if chakra is the combination of two things, they would be using the one side of that thing because they don't have physical bodies. Jason says, Ursa and Revenant, can we really say chakra is soul energy? It's made up of multiple things, mainly spiritual and physical. When it comes to living people, of course. You can say it's soul energy because we know spirits themselves can use chakra void of a body. Mugetsu says, Ab-Stract, let me ask you this. What is a konpaku made of if not reiatsu? No, the konpaku would be made of reishi. The konpaku can give off reiatsu if it has enough reiruku, which would be spiritual power. Oh wait, my bad, Rev. That's not your claim. Sorry. Ursa says, neither spiritual energy nor physical energy as terms refer to actual energy substances. Those are just the parts that summarize your stamina. Yeah, and this is why chakra is such an annoying thing to talk about, because they do summarize your stamina, but at the same time, and this is where we're getting the chakra colloquially, right? How it's used in the series for talking about for the use of jutsu. It pulls from your stamina, but your stamina is what makes up physical and spiritual energy or mental energy. It's very convoluted. I hate talking about chakra, bro. It's so annoying. But isn't stamina in that verse interchangeable with chakra? Colloquially, yes, it is. Colloquially, yes, it is. People saying they're out of chakra would be out of stamina, yeah. Because your jutsu pull from your stamina in a 1-to-1 ratio, yes. No, stamina is the cost you pay to generate chakra supply. Right, but in the way he's phrasing it, it would still be interchangeable. It would be. Physical energy is just a part of stamina that refers to the physical taxing it takes to harness chakra. It's not a substance like chakra. It's a metaphor for stamina. I don't know. I don't know. I see what you're getting at. See, I disagree with that notion. Well, the ceiling barriers were blocking Dan's soul, as shown in the video. Most of the soul manipulative jutsu are connected to ceiling. Yes, Dan's soul being blocked by the barrier is a good example. I think that's a good example. Even if, man, I don't know. I think I'll leave it at it's a good example. Trip, what you said earlier about jutsu is literally what I was referring to. LOL. I got you. Yeah, I got you. I don't think stamina is made up of anything. It's colloquialism for the cost you pay to generate chakra. Well, hold up. Because here's the thing. When the guy breaks down what chakra is, where we at? Chakras are, to put it simply, the energies that a shinobi requires in order to perform ninjutsu. Basically, these energies. Those of the body, drawn from each and every one of the approximately 13 trillion cells. Those of the mental and spiritual energy acquired over the course of much training. Together, those two forms of energy are what make up the chakras. Manipulating the chakras. Right. So together, those two energies are what make up the chakras. Yeah, because we always need a crash course in this stuff, man. So let's take note. We understand the chakras are what is manipulated to use a technique, ninjutsu. Right? Energies of the body, energies of the mental and the spiritual. These things always exist. Now, building upon that, let me break down the art of doppelganger. Okay. First, in Sakura's case, when she initiates this technique, she is able to convert precisely 30% of her stamina into chakra. Cool. So stamina becomes chakra. This is where the colloquialism comes in, because we're now taking energy that exists, energy of the body and energy of the mind, which would actually be your stamina, and turning that into chakra for the use of jutsu. That's very specific. Turning that into chakra for the use of jutsu. Because she can expertly control her chakra volume as well, when she begins making her inside, she can cleanly produce 3 copies of herself and still have 70% of her stamina left. So using energy of the mind and energy of the body takes stamina. That stamina is then used for chakra. Right? Then we have Jirai doubling down, saying it's necessary to mix energies in order to manipulate chakra. Right. So here we get the mental energy and the energy of the body is unconsciously being swirled already in the body. Because it's necessary to mix those energies. So it's always going on. And then when you mold chakra for the purpose of jutsu, is when it all kind of comes together. Or that's at least how it should work. What is this one? Oh, that's some other stuff. Ba-da-ba-da-ba-da-ba-da-ba. Sure, what you said earlier. Okay. Abstract, this is one of the aspects I'll be tackling in my doc about Edo Tensei. Okay, got you. Also, in Bleach, normal souls can see reiatsu-based beings and vice versa. Wait, what? You said in Bleach, normal souls can see reiatsu-based beings and vice versa. When does that happen, Red? So if you can see normal souls, you should be able to see Shinigami and Hollows. If you got spiritual energy, you can fight them. Does anyone know in Bleach when a normal soul saw a reiatsu based being? A normal soul? Y'all have a good one heading home. Hey, take it easy, Red. Alright, get home safe, Funk. He said he just lost to me like you do in Marvel vs. Capcom. Hey, yo, he a clown, bro. We're gonna get back to the video. They refer to cellular energy, yes, but these ninja are not literally converting at this point into electricity or something. No. Like Ursa, I agree with you to the point where you're saying like the physical energy isn't like something you can pull out their body, and I get what you're saying, right? It is their stamina, but the energies of the body and the energies of the mind are what make up your stamina. And actually, I had a debate with Davs about this. Let me see if it's still... Because it gets very specific about what stamina is. Alginate. Because I think they had stamina defined as... Oh yeah, there you go. The bodily or mental capacities to sustain a prolonged stressful effort or activity. The moral or emotional strength. So, yeah, with stamina, we're dealing with bodily or mental. In Chakra's case, or in Naruto's case, we're dealing with both. Which actually makes sense as to why Chakra would be the things that you're pulling from. Or Chakra would be those things that you're pulling from. Body or mental capacity. The bodily or mental capacity. Abstract, I disagree on the Don was blocked claim 2. Mind, body, will. Okay, got you. We're gonna talk, bro. We're gonna talk. Where was that video? Well, doesn't the chakra spin around according to the swirl of one's hair top, like the coiling of energy to make chakra? Either means chakra passively exists inside you without use, hence tenketsu. Yes, I agree with that. Yeah, and like I said, this is why chakra is annoying to talk about, because if you don't come over all these fine, minute little details, all these nuances, someone that only has half the picture won't understand when I say chakra is passively made, but then colloquially, when ninja have to mold it for purposes of jutsu, they'll be like, but it's already made. But I will make, no, it exists in your body. That doesn't mean you're constantly molding it for the purpose of jutsu, though. These two things are different. Like, and mind you, early in the series of Naruto, and I'm starting to understand this, early in the series of Naruto, like OG Naruto, when Kishimoto was doing this, he did go out his way to almost point at different aspects of chakra. He did. When the series kept going on, colloquially, people started referring to chakra as their overall stamina pool, as their overall everything, right? For example, Sasuke versus Uryu, the guy that could absorb chakra, Orochimaru is like, he has the unholy ability to absorb your physical stamina or some bullshit like that. So that's like, that's an example. But then, that's an example of Sasuke's physical stamina getting absorbed. But when we go to actually using ninjutsu, no one's going to say, I'm out of physical stamina, therefore I cannot perform this jutsu. No one's going to say, I'm out of mental energy, therefore I cannot perform this jutsu. No one's going to say that. They'll just say chakra. Because at this point, we all understand and know what we mean by chakra. So it's very annoying to talk about this. I just don't like it. Ab-Stract, see why I was debating Red. His claim is that basically, if you saw, let's say, Dan's soul form, then you can fight a Shinigami. As according to him, Shinigami have soul energy, which is so wrong. Oh, yeah. Yeah, okay. Yeah, so it just depends on, I guess, the context and semantics. When he says soul energy, is he talking about Reiatsu, like Reiatsu, or Reishi? Yeah, that's a weird claim. Yeah, I'm gonna go back and listen to. I'm gonna go back and read y'all joint, bro. Reaper Death Seal wouldn't be such a crazy jutsu if soul manipulation / interaction was the norm for Shinobi. Basically, Red thinks a fireball jutsu is actually tagging and damaging a soul if it hits. Yeah, no, okay, yeah. If that's what his whole claim was, then no. Incorrect. No. Rasenga's not doing shit to a soul. I mean, listen, like, Dan's whole jutsu was so OP because no one could stop his attacks because he was a soul. Like, I think Mugetsu already said this. If soul-based things were actually lit in Naruto, the Totsuka blade would not be OP. It would not be broken. It wouldn't be this sought-after weapon if soul-based things could go on. Because then your ninjutsu should be able to block it and deflect it. But it doesn't because it can't. Ursa says, that just makes me more willing to call it soul energy, ki aura type shift. Because it functions the same way as the cultural idea of chi indicates. But that's just me. Okay, I might have to hear your claim more fleshed out, Ursa. You can definitely send it to me on Discord, though. Rev says, you can create a hypothetical scenario where chakra equals reiatsu for the purpose of debate or discussion, but to try and argue that Shinobi can inherently interact with Shinigami is so wrong. Yeah, no, that's... No. No. If I'm being completely honest, any type of versus matchup with Naruto and Bleach, the concession that they can even hurt Bleach characters, I'm not going to lie, is always made. It's just a presumption I don't say. That presumption is always made, though. If we're going off of the lore and being accurate to what the story presents, you're not hurting spiritual beings unless you're using spiritual attacks. You're not hurting them. Yes, you can debatably interact with them. You're not hurting them, though. Shikamaru would say he's out of mental stamina for real. He probably needs to hit the blunt hella time to get more chakra out of life. LOL. Like shit. Does Kishimoto understand what chakra, stamina, soul, and etc. is? You know what, bro? Mac, I don't believe he had a full understanding of his own power system. I will not lie to you. Because he has so many characters say contradicting things. He brings up retcons later on. He like, a lot of things just don't make sense. I'm driving home and I'm gonna crash out. I did not say that, nor am I implying it. We're only just lying on a group of... All right, listen. Because I'm not gonna lie. Hey, Rev, I thought I had Red's argument down. And then you said what you said, but now he's saying that's not what he's saying. So, I mean, if that's not what he's saying, then I'm square with him. I'm fine. In my head, I thought he was trying to say that, ninja can't see Shinigami and Soul Reapers, but they can if they are using certain techniques and jutsus that interact with the soul. I thought that's what he was saying. And I thought, yeah, I don't know. Yeah. That's y'all niggas funny, though. Kishimoto does understand. It's Naruto fans who can't read and comprehend what Kishimoto wrote. Like yes, Rev, but no, bro. Yes and no, man. It is literally a two-way streak. Because when we talk about Genjutsu, all of that isn't even flushed out. It's annoying talking about that. The Totsuka blade is stated to bypass physical and astral. Yes, and the argument, Karibo, is that if soul-based, Karibo, the argument is if attacks or even defensive jutsu in Naruto inherently could do soul damage or soul attacks, the Totsuka blade wouldn't be broken because it would also be an astral weapon versus another astral weapon, basically. That's the argument. Otherwise, why were you debating me? Karibo, where is it stated? That's why I think Bleach characters are a special abstraction type enemy. In Shin Megami Tensei, SMT for short, demons and spirits are abstract concepts just as much as they are souls. Got you. I literally said that was what I said, Trip. LOL. I said it 3 times. All right. Well, so, hey, yeah, Rev, if that's what he was saying, bro, there just might have been a misunderstanding. Ursa says, I feel like while Bleach spirits aren't concepts, they are intangible, immaterial, ethereal, spiritual, lyrical, miracle type shit. Oh, that was fire. Oh, I enjoyed reading that. Thank you for that. I enjoyed it. Let's finish up this video, y'all.
That he just can't interact with souls or spiritual matter. See, the problem here is you can't let Uryu bypass Naruto's physics while disallowing Sasuke to return the favor. That's just narrative bias and not fair analysis. My take is if reishi, or spirit particles, can cut, drain, or affect chakra, then chakra should likewise be able to interact with reishi-based constructs. Otherwise, you're just creating an...
Well, it wouldn't be chakra interacting with reishi-based constructs. But what you would be saying is Sasuke being able to absorb reishi. He'd need a feat of that first. Uryu wouldn't have to absorb chakra. Chakra is already an independent energy as far as spiritual energy and physical energy. And when we're talking about for the purpose of jutsu, it's those two things together. But they do independently exist. So, I don't know.
Artificial double standard. Sasuke can in fact affect soul-based constructs. We have weaker characters with the Rinnegan, which I mentioned before, who can just grab souls with the palm of their hands. Or the fact that chakra is able to channel and wield spiritual weapons. See, Sasuke's power is interacting with this exact same metaphysical layer. There are more examples, like the Edo Tensei, which is an application of soul manipulation where the users are literally bounding souls. Or perhaps the clearest example being the King of Hell, which is not a corporal entity of the physical world and originates from a purely spiritual plane, the underworld or hell-like realm. Yet Nagato can summon and empower it with his chakra. This demonstrates the fundamental truth that chakra is not limited to the physical body, but extends into the spiritual dimensions, giving shinobi agency over metaphysical forces.
Hashward cut Uryu into
Yeah, I have no problem with chakra being able to have soul-based interaction. It's just it's not a blanket, bro. It's not a blanket. But since Sasuke does have the Rinnegan, fuck it, let's just give it to him.
And Uryu calmly pressed the antithesis button, and he was able to heal instantly, swapping his state with Hashwald's, as he dumped all of the blood onto his opponent. Imagine Sasuke staring down Uryu, igniting him with Amaterasu, and then suddenly realizing he's the one on fire.
Regarding the antithesis, I don't think it's anything outside the ordinary. I would argue the Izanagi is better simply because it rewrites reality entirely. And
he said the antithesis isn't anything out of the ordinary, and he's going to say Izanagi is better, like Sasuke can perform it. Have anyone know if Sasuke can use Izanagi or Izanami? Anyone know that?
Erases that outcome rather than just reversing designated targets. If you're incapacitated...
Let me ask you something. Would you rather reverse an event that happened to you or make it never happen? Which one is more powerful? Because an Izanagi user only has agency over themselves. It is very, very, very low level reality manipulation, reality warping, however you want to call it. Antithesis is retroactive causality manipulation. It's taking events that already happened and retroactively swapping or applying them to another thing. Don't know how you can even argue Izanagi is better in this fight.
You can't really rely on the antithesis and press the button, right? It's not a passive ability. Genjutsu can hard counter this ability, putting Uryu in an incapacitated state.
Genjutsu
Oh, we're talking about Genjutsu, the thing that would require a chakra-based network, right?
is the big one that people cling to. But let's dismantle this. Genjutsu works by disrupting chakra flow. Even if this were to work, Uryu has Ranso Tengai. This is the ability to puppet his own body with spiritual threads. He literally moved while he was paralyzed before during his fight with Mayuri. So even if Sasuke catches him in an illusion, Uryu keeps fighting like a corpse on strings. And yeah, honestly, good luck mind controlling that.
Like, hey, Isram, I don't even know why you're giving that to them, bro. Don't even give that to them. You actually have to prove that Genjutsu can affect someone without a chakra network. Prove that first. You won't be able to because everyone in the Narutoverse has chakra. And then I have some... bro. Y'all remember my Genjutsu arguments, right? I probably have the most airtight Genjutsu argument on the fucking internet.
The problem here is he doesn't really understand Genjutsu. It doesn't just paralyze the body, it manipulates the mind. Even if Uryu puppets himself with reishi threads, it's still dependent of the mind, not independent of it. If the mind is influenced, the movements will also be influenced. This exact principle is shown with the 6 paths of pain. Each path is controlled like puppets by Nagato, yet all were still susceptible to Genjutsu because the controlling mind is still vulnerable, despite Nagato controlling the bodies from greater distance than what Uryu can accomplish. Meaning that Genjutsu is still super effective, and Uryu's corpse puppet trick just doesn't give him immunity whatsoever.
Sasuke's arrogance in Naruto has been exploited countless times. Against Itachi, against Obito, against Naruto, he underestimates, overcommits, and then he pays the ultimate price for it. Despite both of these guys having the same Japanese voice actor, Uryu is always the calmest guy in the room. This mismatch in their temperament may well prove to be lethal for Sasuke.
Throughout the video, he just keeps bringing up Sasuke having arrogance with emotional flares, just narratively framing Sasuke as reckless, arrogant, overcommits, while Uryu is always calm and collecting. Saying Sasuke makes ruthless calculations in battle and painting him as always overconfident while consistently glorifying Uryu's composure is just selective framing, to be honest. It should be noted that Sasuke's seemingly reckless behavior is inclusive to the plot, and just wouldn't be a deciding factor in any other matchup outside of the plot. It's directly tied to his trauma, the massacre of his clan, and the figures responsible for it. Characters connected to that pain, like Itachi or Danzo. His emotions just take over, but against others with no link to his trauma, like Deidara or Kaguya, and of course Uryu, Sasuke just fights with absolute precision. Ultimately, the analysis in his video just shows narrative bias, just granting Uryu powers full effect on Naruto's physics, while denying Sasuke's powers equal weight against Bleach's mechanics. When both sides are treated fairly, Sasuke just remains not only more powerful, but also more versatile and dangerous, with reliable win conditions. Many of his arguments rely on misconceptions, selective scaling, and double standards. The biggest oversight is just misunderstanding how chakra and reishi would interact, and dismissing Genjutsu's ability to affect and manipulate the mind and not just the body. If weaker shinobi can manipulate souls, then of course peak Sasuke absolutely can as well. If you like...
See, you can't just say that. You can't just say that. Naruto is not a show where, like I always say, feats are for the person that performed them. But I will give it to Sasuke. But you cannot just assert, because a weaker shinobi was able to do this, then a stronger shinobi should be able to do X. That's not how it works. That's never how it works. People have techniques that are specific to them and their clan. So because Don Kato knows the spirit transformation jutsu and Madara is stronger, does Madara know the jutsu as well? Is that how it works now in Naruto? No, it's not how it works in Naruto. It's never been how it works in Naruto. I don't know how we got to these conclusions, but yeah. Reishi isn't energy, it's matter. Category error. Uh-oh. Red and Ursa getting into it. Let me see. I think. That's why I think Bleach characters are... Okay, I read it. I literally said that... I said trip, LOL. I said 3 times. I feel like while Bleach Spirit's on it, I read that. What I mean is they fight like ideas as opposed to people. Interesting. Nobody disagrees with the idea that soul-based ninjutsu can interact with souls. Cool. Shinigami aren't intangible, immaterial either. Red, they literally are immaterial. I wouldn't say they're immaterial. If they're immaterial, no, yeah, I don't think I would go as far to say they're immaterial. So you need more than just intangible attacks on them. Yep. All right, let's see what Rev got. Okay. You capping, Ronan. You said I was saying Rasengan can harm them when that wasn't true. Reishi isn't energy. It's matter. Category error. That's what your argument was, though. Red, want me to quote you? If it was astral weapon versus astral weapon, Totsuka is already confirmed to bypass astral. Like Zanpakuto, don't ignore durability. That just also cuts spiritually. Wait, what? If it was astral weapon versus astral weapon, Totsuka is already confirmed to bypass astral. Okay, so you're saying it's a no limits fallacy, Karibo. Cool. So what is the strongest astral defense it's bypassed? Let me hear that. But is astral and spiritual the same thing? They should be the same thing, yes. Aren't the planes of each different? No, the astral plane and the spiritual plane should be the same thing. Quincy can't absorb chakra because it isn't made up of spiritual particles. Same for Sasuke. Rinnegan not absorbing his arrows. See, here's the thing with that. If we're going to be like, if we're trying to bridge the gap a little bit. Well, no, not even if we're trying to bridge the gap. No, yeah, not even if we're trying to bridge the gap. Sclave Rai would be able to absorb spiritual energy. It would be, because in Naruto, spiritual energy is an energy that exists by itself. Because it's an energy that can be generated and used by spirits, void of a body. So we already know spiritual energy does exist. Things that are stated or things that are, said to be more reliant on that, meaning it's not all spiritual energy, but things like Genjutsu, and apparently Karibo said Shadow Possession Jutsu, these things would fall in the category of being able to be broken down and absorbed or even dismantled by Sclave Rai and Zeli Schneider. In my opinion, that is. Now, where it comes back around is that in Naruto, no one has ever absorbed spiritual energy by itself. You gotta show me that. They've only absorbed chakra-based things. That's not the same thing as just absorbing spiritual energy. Because remember, molding chakra for the purpose of jutsu, right? When you're molding chakra for the purpose of jutsu, you're combining these two energies to get something new called chakra. Colloquially. But I suppose an argument could be made. I'm just, yeah. Karibo says, depends on the series. Ursa says, come on, they got meridians in Bleach. Genjutsu GG, I swear to God. Like shit. He can't prove that mid shit applies in Bleach. I don't even know if any of the ghost fights are literal or not. Like, my thing is, before you want to assert Genjutsu in Bleach, like I said, make it work in your own verse first. Show me a soul. Show me a soul. Not an Edo Tensei in a body. Big difference, because they have a chakra network. Souls, to my understanding, don't have a chakra network because they don't have physical bodies. So show me an actual pure soul being put under Genjutsu first, and then we can talk about Bleach characters being put under Genjutsu. Then we can talk about it. Then the conversation makes sense. You can't just, oh, Genjutsu going to work. Why would your Genjutsu work? And then cool. Uryu's not a soul. He's a Quincy. He's a human. Cool. Can you show me a Genjutsu working on anyone without a chakra network? Can you demonstrate how a Genjutsu, or can you demonstrate how chakra would flow to someone's brain that doesn't have a chakra network? Because the chakra network is connected to the brain. Because we know that the Sharingan gets its IQ from chakra release from the brain. So, all these things are interconnected and intertwined, which means the individual that is being placed under Genjutsu would require those connections to the brain. No circuit, no power. Not happening. maybe Uryu and Fullbringers fight literally because they're not invisible or intangible. But every ghost probably doesn't even physically exist. Hey yo, because when humans fight in Bleach, they're literally blocking their souls from getting hurt. Well, I gotta take a test tomorrow, so I'm out. Awesome live, super interactive. Hope y'all have a good night. Hey, take it easy, Jason. Nice to have you, bro. They are immaterial as physical matter can't exist in any reishi realm in Bleach. Souls as well can't exist there on their own. They are immaterial as physical matter can't exist. Well, so are you talking about the dimension? Because, I mean, the Soul Reapers themselves, when they go to the world of the living, they can be interacted with. I don't think something immaterial couldn't be interacted with. You say they are immaterial as physical matter can't exist in any reishi realm in Bleach. That's true. That's true. But I don't know what that would mean for the inhabitants of those dimensions. The dimensions themselves, yes, can't make the trip and they would not be able to sustain themselves probably. But like I said in my video on the cosmology, the higher worlds, at least the inhabitants of the higher worlds, can interact with the lower planes. That happens all the time. Hence why they convert Kishi into reishi before crossing dimensions. Is all reiatsu made of reishi? Sclave Rai absorbs energy too. Is all reiatsu made of reishi? Reiatsu, I mean, technically, at a fundamental level, yeah, you would have your konpaku, which would be your spiritual body. Then you would have your reiatsu, which would be your spiritual power. And then once your spiritual power got strong enough, you would start exuding a pressure or a reiatsu. So like at a fundamental level, yes. Sclave Rai absorbs energy too. Yeah. Sclave Rai is the subjugation of reishi, yeah. And the answer, Ronin, fuck no, that wasn't my argument. Trip, when you said fireball can't harm due to not harming souls, I agree. Okay, yeah. So yeah, hey Rev, he was saying the same thing, Rev. Wait, so again, Red, I ask, what was you debating for then? Because I can quote you. Ronan, I was clear as day, and I wasn't debating. I was putting my 2 cents. You wanted to debate. Ursa says, but they're not the same type of spiritual energy. One is wisdom, and the other is literal soul tradition. LOL. I feel like they can absorb chakra if they can absorb spirit energy because they're the same. Wait, you said they're not the same type of spiritual energy. One is wisdom, and the other is a literal soul radiation. What do you mean by one is wisdom? What do you mean by what do you mean by one is wisdom? I feel like they can absorb chakra if they can absorb spirit energy. Well, yeah, okay, like see, I wouldn't do that solely because see, here's the thing. You know what's interesting, Ursa? We never see any souls in Naruto do any type of physical jutsu. Think about that. They never do a water style jutsu. They never do an earth style jutsu. They never do a fireball jutsu. They never do anything. They usually do jutsu that would require like an intangible energy or a spiritual energy. Like the summoning jutsu. Like Obito using Kamui. You know what I mean? We never see the spirits do any jutsu that physically interacts with the physical realm. So, what was that question you just had? Yeah, when you say I feel like they can absorb chakra if they can absorb spiritual energy because they're the same. They are the same fundamentally. Like when we go back to that photo, yeah, when we go back to the photo that breaks down what chakra is, right? Chakras are, to put it simply, the energies that a shinobi requires in order to perform ninjutsu. the energies that a shinobi requires in order to perform ninjutsu. The energies that they require. The mental energy and spiritual energy and those from the body. Those two forms of energy are what make up the chakras. So that is saying both of those energies together and in an individualistic sense. So, in my opinion, Uryu cannot absorb all of chakra, but the aspect of mental or spiritual energy, he would absolutely be able to absorb, especially if it was in the form of an attack or genjutsu or whatever you may want to say has more spiritual energy. Yeah. Where Sasuke runs into an issue and where Naruto runs into an issue, no one from that side even deals with spiritual energy like that. Like we have Tayuya's demonic flute creatures, sure. No one could harm them. No one could absorb them. No one stopped them. Nothing, she had to be beaten. They couldn't stop them. When we come to Genjutsu, Pain didn't absorb any Genjutsus, despite having the Rinnegan. Pain didn't block out any Genjutsus, despite having the Rinnegan. Kabuto used again the flute Genjutsu, which is really just chakra sound. No one stopped that. All this stuff is stated to be more spiritual energy, right? Not to ignore the physical side, but it's stated to be more spiritual energy. So yeah, no one on the Naruto side has really tackled just spiritual energy in a defensive or combative sense. Not combative, defensive or like absorbing sense. To me, that's why it's different though. All right, where were we? Ronnie, you can't even quote 80 years of winning in a single match in DBZ fighters. Anyway, I'm home. Deuces, y'all. Take it easy, Red. Ursa says, wait, can spiritually unaware people interact physically with spirits? I think that's what makes them immaterial. Yes, they can physically interact with spirits, yeah. Well, let me ask you that. Let me ask you this. Does interaction, like if a hollow picks up a real human, if a hollow picks up a human girl and she starts hitting at the hollow and is actually hitting the hollow, would you consider that an interaction, or is that like a one-way interaction to you? Because it kind of depends on how you mean interact. Red, I simply pointed out that you're right about soul interaction in Naruto and Bleach, but that you were falsely equating the two. You said it's not a flash equivalency, and the debate started. Deuces. Ursa says, I thought Reiatsu was the spiritual energy, and reiatsu is like the gravity of the atom that is Reiatsu. Yeah, I mean, yeah, more or less, yeah. Reishi is the spiritual matter. Reiatsu is the spiritual power from that soul, or konpaku. And then reiatsu would be the pressure or force that soul is now emitting because they have an adequate amount of reiatsu. Enough to where it can emit a pressure. Pretty much. Spirit energy in Naruto terms is wisdom, battle experience, mental prowess. See, but they also say spiritual energy right under here. They don't see the mental and spiritual energy acquired over the course of much training and experience. The mental and spiritual energy. They have them as interchangeable. The mental and, or like an and or. Will, yeah. So to me, Sclaverai shouldn't work on Reiatsu because it's just pressure, not matter. Yeah. I don't think we've ever seen Sclaverai work on Reiatsu itself. No. Not on Reiatsu, no. We've seen it work on Reishi manifestations like Urahime's shield, Chad's arm. These are all Reishi manifestations. Everything in the Soul Society is made of reishi. Yeah, Sclaverai shouldn't work on reiatsu, no. Sclaverai Wait. But if it does, it works in Chakra because they're actually the same thing, same concept. Chi aura, keep in mind the culture of Shinobi era. Yeah, so like when you say Chi and aura, I know that's like an inclusive term sometimes. I like to be careful with that unless like the series itself actually starts using those words, and then it depends on how they go about using those words within the series. You know what I mean? I agree. Sclava Eye doesn't work on Reiatsu. It works on Reishi. It works on Reiatsu. Does it work on Reiatsu? I'm trying to think. Shinobi are culturally predisposed to weaponize everything spiritually meant to be used for their benefit by Hagoromo. Reiatsu is pressure of energy, not energy itself. Show the feat of Sclava Eye, stopping someone from flexing Reiatsu. So of course they're going to use the notion of actual spirit energy as a weapon first and foremost, definitionally. Kyuuge absorbed Odahime's and Chad's Fullbring as well as Ion, who is a manifestation of Trebestia Reiatsu, given form. They are Reiatsu constructs. Oh, I wouldn't say they're Reiatsu constructs, Rev. I wouldn't say they're Reiatsu constructs. I would say their Reiatsu is what gives the constructs more power, but Urahime's shield is a Reishi construct. It shouldn't be a Reiatsu construct. Like when Aizen gets hit with when Aizen gets hit with the Getsuga Tensho, actually I don't know, man. Like, I know, but I think I'm kind of tired, too. My mind can't think of everything at this very moment. Oh, okay. Then I guess they do have human shape and stuff. I mean, can a human intentionally touch a ghost? Like, yes. A human can intentionally touch a ghost if they know it's there. But, like, that's the first step, right? Knowing the ghost is present. Yeah, because Rukia is surprised that Ichigo can see her. Oh, I'm sorry, yeah, see her, not interact with her. They can interact because they're dense. They have high density spirit bodies. That's one way interaction to me. Of course, the ghost can hurt stuff. Ab-Stract, you should check out the Reman arc of the Boruto anime. Ugh. Karibo telling me about the Boruto anime. Mental answer, spiritual energy, simply means mind and will and spirit. Their abilities are Reishi constructs. Spirit can and does refer to mental facets in this context, hence using mental tasks and wisdom interchangeably with spirits. If it doesn't work on Reiatsu or Reiruku, it probably shouldn't work on Chakra. Can a spiritually unaware person touch a ghost purposefully is what I mean. But if they're dense, they're tangible. Still can't harm them without harming souls. Correct, yes. So, yeah, because there's two aspects of this conversation. There are the intangible ghosts that are not dense spirit bodies. Regular humans cannot touch them, cannot interact with them. They can sit on people's arms and shoulders and no one will notice they're there. Once a spirit gets strong enough, i.e. getting more Reiruku to get Reiatsu and they become tangible and they have mass, humans can physically like interact with them, but they can't like sense their presence or anything. And it would also stand to reason that they still wouldn't be able to hurt those spirits because they're not using anything that can hurt a spirit. Yes, yeah. So your last part stands. Still can't harm them without harming souls. Yeah, that's like the first hurdle you have to clear. You need some Reiatsu. You need an ability that can harm the soul to hurt a spiritually dense soul, or a regular Konpaku. Yeah. But all right, guys, this was fun. Give Give me some video ideas for tomorrow. Well, actually, no. I'll do that tomorrow. But I'm gonna get out of here. This guy wasn't bad. This guy wasn't bad. Never heard of him before. Never seen him. Let's see what he has.
Hi, I go by 1VX.
Let's see what he has. Genjutsu explained. Itachi Tsukiyomi explained. Tsukiyomi and DBZ Isram's video. Okay, yeah. Alright, yeah, I'm about to get out of here. Ichigo's clothes aren't his reiatsu. Otherwise, it means that he can't press someone with reiatsu. Personally, I think it's irrelevant because Sclaverai can still absorb souls as well. Not just Reishi. Even if it can't absorb Chakra, it can absorb a mortal's soul. Have we seen Sclaverai absorb a mortal soul? Or have we seen Sclaverai? Well then, because if you're talking about Ion is a complete Kompaku. I don't know, Rev. I feel like that would be like really difficult for them. But we'll have to talk about and go over this stuff tomorrow. This Ab-Stract is tired. But thanks for joining me tonight, guys. We're going to definitely be reading some JJK tomorrow. Again, I'm excited for this fight. And we'll probably be watching some more videos and stuff. But you guys take it easy. And have a good night. Konpaku have souls. That's true. Well, no, Konpaku